Okay, we're doing a series of videos, stroke episode, stroke lessons about non-essential elements in a sentence. This time we're going to focus on expletive constructions. Now, expletives have nothing to do with blip, 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 blip. Nothing to do with bad words, don't worry. So, what is an expletive sentence? What are expletives? The answer is, expletive sentences begin with one of three words, followed by something else we will see. They begin with there. There is a banana. Here. Here is something. It is something. So they begin with three possible words, there, here, and it. Expletive sentences can only begin with either there, here, or it. T-H-I. Followed by the verb be. We can conjugate the verb be any way we like. It doesn't matter. Future, past, present, conditional, you name it. All right, so there are two types of expletives. There are normal, what I call normal. I call them normal because they're normal. They're not, you won't find normal expletives listed in a grammar book, but I find it useful to distinguish between normal expletives and existential expletives. We don't need to worry about diagramming existential expletives, only about recognizing them to realize that we don't have to do anything special with them. All right, so what is a normal expletive? A normal expletive, what is it? Well, if you remove the there, here, or it from the sentence and change the passive construction to the active voice, then the sentence is clearer. So you can remove the there and change the sentence from passive voice to active voice, and the sentence will be clearer. That is what identifies a normal expletive sentence. All right. That's what distinguishes a normal from an existential expletive construction. Let's have a look. There are two men looking for you. What do we do? Well, first of all, let's notice that it begins with one of the three possible words which expletive sentences begin with. What are those words? Tell me. 1, there. 2, here. 3, it. There, here, it. There. Followed by what? Followed by some conjugation or other of, yes, that's right, the verb be. There are two men looking for you. How are we going to diagram this? Well, since the there is a non-essential part of the sentence, we're going to diagram it separate from the main baseline. Let's have a look. Okay, here's our sentence. There are two men looking for you. Yes, begins with there. Good. There, here, it. Those are the three possible beginnings. It's followed by are, which is a conjugation of the verb to be. That's right. Good. Now, let's apply the test and see whether it's a normal expletive construction. Let's remove there. Are two men looking for you? It doesn't make a lot of sense, but we're getting the gist, so I think we're on the right track. Let's change it from the passive voice to the active voice and see, and it's clearer. Two men, yes. We exchange the subject with the verb, and yes, two men are looking for you, as clear as day. Yes, that is a normal expletive construction. That's what we do. We remove the there, boom, and then we change the, yes, we change the passive voice. We change the passive voice to the active voice. And yes, if it's clearer, then bingo, we have a normal expletive sentence. Much clearer. Exercises, let's do the first one. There is a pigeon on the roof. Let's check. First word is there. There, here, it. Good. Followed by a verb. What kind of a verb? It's a verb. It's the verb is. It's the conjugation of the verb to be. A pigeon on the roof. Let's remove there. Is a pigeon on the roof. What is on the roof? Answer, a pigeon. A pigeon is our subject. The verb is. Okay, we're going to swap that around to make the passive voice the active voice. Let's see how we would diagram that. First of all, there, it's a non-essential part of the sentence, so we diagram that on a separate line. There. Okay. Pigeon is Where? Okay, let's have a look. Pigeon is what? Pigeon is what? No answer. All right, there is no subject complement. Pigeon is. Second baseline. What is pigeon is? Pigeon is our subject. We're going to draw our predicate line. That leaves us on the roof. That's telling us where the pigeon is. It's therefore an adverbial phrase. It's a prepositional phrase. Preposition is on. On where? On roof. Let's draw that in. Is on. On where? On roof. That's almost all, but we are missing which roof? Answer, the roof. So, to recap, there is a non-essential element. Therefore, we diagram that separately. And we diagram the rest of the sentence in the active voice. So we swap around the verb is and the subject pigeon. Oh, almost forgot. There is a pigeon, another modifier, an article, a determiner. Good. There is a pigeon on the roof. Excellent. We can see at a glance the subject, the predicate, the modifiers, a prepositional phrase, which is acting as an adverb, and we can see the expletive there. Very good. Next. There are irksome Latvians on my lawn. And we've probably all had this problem before with Latvians on our lawn. It's a problem. Let's be honest about this. All right, let's solve the problem. Let's check to see if it's a normal expletive construction. We'll remove there, are irksome Latvians on my lawn. And then we swap over the subject. What is the subject? What are on my lawn? Answer, Latvians. Latvians are. Okay, right. Let's do this. There, Latvians are. There is an expletive. Diagram that separately on a separate baseline. Subject, what are? Latvians are. That's our subject. Predicates. What kind of Latvians? Irksome. Irksome. If you don't know what irksome is, there's dictionary.com to help you. You're welcome. Latvians. Irksome Latvians are where? Are on preposition. Lawn. Noun. We have a prepositional phrase here. On lawn. Whose lawn? Answer, my lawn. We have what kind of a word modifies a noun? Bum, ba, bum, an adjective. Well done. Okay, hope that was helpful. Let's move on to the next exercise to do with non-essential bits in your sentence. Okay, we're going to look at noun clauses. How do we diagram noun clauses? And as always, you love it. You know you love it. We're going to do some revision. First of all, what is a clause? Ho, 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 ho. Not Santa Claus. Ha, 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 ha. What is a clause? Well, a clause always contains both a subject and a verb. Every clause must contain a subject and a verb. What are the two types of clauses? Broadly speaking, they are dependent and independent clauses. What is an independent clause? How can we identify it? We identify it extremely easily because it contains, yes, a subject and a verb, but also a complete thought. It doesn't depend upon anything. It constitutes a complete thought. It could be a sentence, not a sentence fragment, but a proper sentence in its own right. And what about a dependent clause? What is a dependent clause? How might we identify it? Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Answer, it contains a subject and a verb, but it does not constitute a complete thought. We're scratching our heads thinking, something's missing. It could not be a sentence in its own right. It could only ever be a sentence fragment. Okay, what are the types of clauses then? There are two types, independent and dependent. But what are the types of clauses? Answer, the adverbial clause. Not surprisingly, the adverbial clause contains a subject and a verb and acts like an adverb. For example, he went because he was told to go. This modifies went. Why did he go? He went because he was told to go. Secondly, the adjective clause, and an adjective clause always must contain a subject and a verb and acts like an adjective, of course. For example, the woman who I used to love is no more. Very sad. Not true. Very sad. Who I used to love modifies the noun woman. It tells us more information about the woman, the mystery woman. Adverb clauses, adjective clauses, and the topic of today's conversation. Yes, that's right. Noun clause. What is a noun clause? First example, that England lost is a good thing. X is a good thing. So we have a clause. Well, it is a clause. Is it a clause? Yes, it contains a subject and a verb. It must be a clause that goes in the place of a noun. Well, yes, that is a noun clause. Another example, whatever will be, will be. Bananas will be. Greeks will be. Bulgarians will be. So we have an entire clause. Is it a clause? Does it have a subject? Yes. Does it have a verb? Yes. Oh, it's a clause. It's a clause in the place of a single noun. Excellent. Noun clauses do exist. How do we know a clause is a clause? A clause is a clause because it contains a subject and verb. All right, examples. That England lost is a good thing. Well, let's see how many clauses we have here. We have the main clause, is a good thing. X is a good thing. Okay, that's our main thought here. What's our second thought? England lost. That England lost. So X is a good thing, and X is a noun. In fact, it's a noun clause. Let's see how we would diagram that. Is. Ooh, we need a predicate line there to separate the subject from the predicate. Is, that's a linking verb or an equals verb, so let's diagram that accordingly. Thing is a noun, so that makes thing a predicate nominative or a subject complement. England lost. So we have a subject and we have a verb. Let's just put that on stilts to protect it from debasing the baseline. England lost. Who lost? England lost. Let's separate the subject from the predicate. Subject, predicate, verb. Lost what? Ooh, lost is an action verb. What follows must be a direct object. Lost what? Lost that. That is the direct object in this case. Next, whatever will be, will be. Let's see how we would diagram this. Question, how many clauses? X will be. That's one clause. That's the main clause. Well, what is X? X is whatever will be. So the subject is whatever will be. Predicate of that clause is will be. Let's begin diagramming. Subject, whatever will be. Will be. Will be what? No answer. There is no subject complement. Question, what will be? Answer, whatever will be. Baseline. Whatever. So we have our subject here. We have our verb, which is also our predicate, entire predicate. We want to prevent the baseline from being debased. So let's put that noun clause on stilts. Whatever will be, will be. There's our sentence. X will be, and X equals whatever will be. Fantastic. Next. Oh, by the way, sometimes that isn't essential to the meaning of the sentence. Let's see what that looks like. They insisted that the war was now won. Is that essential? Well, let's have a look. They insisted the war was now won. Pretty much non-essential, so let's diagram that accordingly. They insisted. Who insisted? Answer, they insisted. Subject is they. Let's draw in a baseline. Who insisted? They insisted. Subject, predicate. Put the predicate here. Subject, predicate. Great. They insisted. They insisted that. That is not essential. So we draw a vertical line from the baseline draw a line parallel to the baseline and write that. They insisted that war was won. What was won? Answer, war was won. Baseline. Let's protect it from contamination. Okay, what was won? War was won. War was. Was is a linking verb or an equals verb. Let's diagram that accordingly. What follows is a subject complement. Won is a past participle, acting as an adjective, so that's a predicate adjective. War was won. Oh, we're missing something here. They insisted. Insist is a action verb. It's an action verb, so let's diagram that as a direct object. So, again, noun clauses, they're a lot of fun. And like nouns, noun clauses can appear anywhere. A noun might appear as a subject, object, direct object, object of a preposition, complement, subject, complement, object, complement. Anywhere a noun can be, a noun clause can be. Okay, it's your turn to do some exercises. Okay, welcome back to another episode/lesson. We're going to look at compound complex sentences. But you know it, we're going to revise first of all. Question, what is a sentence? Answer, a sentence is a complete thought. Right? What is a simple sentence? Well, a simple sentence contains one thing. It contains one clause. One independent clause. Not two, not three, not five, but one independent, not dependent clause. What is a compound sentence? A compound sentence contains two or more things. Two or more dependent clauses? No. Two or more independent clauses. Two or more complete thoughts joined together by a coordinating conjunction or coordinating conjunctions. Right. Again, a compound sentence contains two or more independent clauses. But what about a complex sentence? A complex sentence. Complex. A complex sentence contains one or more independent with one or more dependent clause. Independent plus dependent clause. But today we're going to look at compound complex sentences. What is a compound complex sentence? A compound complex sentence contains more than one independent clause plus one or more dependent clauses. So it's like a compound sentence together with a complex sentence. Compound complex, pretty simple. Compound sentences are joined together by coordinating conjunctions. Do you remember the acronym of the 7 coordinating conjunctions? Fanboys. F for for. A for and. N for nor. B for boy, no. B for but. O for or. Y for yet. So. For and nor but or yet. For and nor but or yet so. Memorize it. It'll take you a few minutes. Well worth it. Fanboys. How do we diagram coordinating conjunctions? Answer, on a dashed step. Here's a dashed step. Dash, 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 step, 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 dash, dash, dash. And we place the conjunction, whatever it might be, on the step. Great. Complex sentences are joined together with subordinating conjunctions. Can we think of some subordinating conjunctions? Well, they're a little bit more difficult, but they're fairly easy to spot. Some of them have to do with logic and argumentation, such as if, because, although, since, unless, as. Just some examples. There are many possible coordinating conjunctions. Some of them have to do with the flow of time. While, now, till, before, once, when. I don't know of any easy acronyms. Perhaps you can think of one and bless the world with it, as the inventor of fanboys has previously blessed the world. Okay, how are subordinating conjunctions diagrammed? Answer, on a diagonal. Answer, on a diagonal dashed line. Dash, 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 dash. Till. There we go. Okay, subordinating conjunctions are diagrammed on a dashed line. Now, let's have a look at some examples. There will be nothing, strictly speaking, new here, except it'll be a little bit longer and more complex. Okay, let's have a look at how we might diagram this. Wonderful. Aren't we looking forward to this? I am, certainly. This is like climbing Mount Everest a little bit. What do we need? We need a baseline. I've studied. Who've studied? I've studied. I've, subject, studied, predicate. Remember that verbs in English can be up to 6 words long. This is a compound verb. Have studied. How has he studied? Answer, long and hard. Adverb, long. Adverb, hard. How are these two adverbs related? Answer, by the conjunction and. I've studied long and hard, so I know it's tough. For and nor, or yet so. I know it's tough. So is a coordinating conjunction. It's diagrammed with a dash step. Dash, 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 step, 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 dash, dash, dash. Joined from verb to verb. All right. I know, so I know. So I know. Baseline. I know. Who know? I know. I know something. I know is an action verb, so what follows must be a direct object. But tough, we can't say tough on its own because it's already part of a noun clause. We must diagram the entire clause. Let's diagram that clause. Baseline. It. What's tough? Answer, it's tough. It is the subject. Tough is the predicate. Or is a linking verb or an equals verb. So what follows must be a subject complement. Tough. Tough is an adjective. So that must also be a predicate adjective. How do we join the noun clause to the rest of the baseline? By stilts. We don't want to debase the baseline. It's my joke. I want to keep using it. Right, keep going. Oh, we have a problem here. We don't know the subject, but it's an imperative, so the subject is, we don't know, keep what? Keep going. We don't know what the subject is, or the subject's implied, but the subject in an imperative is always you, in brackets. You keep what? Keep going. Keep is an action verb. What follows must be a direct object. But how going is an adjective, which is also a predicate. Going is an adjective, which is also a gerund, a verbal. So we need to draw a step, a solid step in there, separate it by a stilts, and separate it by a stilts. Baseline. Let's throw it down the stairs. Going. Keep what? Keep going. Right, how do we relate this to you succeed? How do we relate? You keep going. Oh, okay. Keep going. But keep going. But is a coordinated conjunction. Fanboys. For and nor, but, or, yet, so. But. This is fun. Until you succeed. Let's diagram you succeed, shall we? Who succeed? Answer, you succeed. Predicate. Until. Until is a different thing. Until has to do with time, the order of time. So it's a subordinating conjunction, and some subordinating conjunctions are drawn on a sloped, dashed, diagonal line. Very good. Whew, my goodness, that was fun. That's live, folks. No practice. I hope I'm right. I'm sure I am, possibly. One more. I was working and your mother was working before you were born, so give us more respect when we talk to you. Okay, let's have a look at how we might diagram this. First clause, I was working. Who was working? I was working. Was working, this is just one verb. Remember that verbs in English can be up to 6 words long. A second clause, mother was working. Who was working? Mother was working. Again, was working is just one, functions as one verb. How to relate these two? With the coordinating conjunction and. For, and, nor, but, or, yet. So, mother was working. You were born. You were born. Okay, we're going to take born as an adjective here. You were born. Before you were born. Before is a subordinating. So we join verb to verb, placing the subordinating conjunction on the diagonal sloping dashed line. Very good. Give respect. Okay, who should give respect? Answer. It's implied. It's an imperative. And the imperative is always has the same subject. You, in brackets. You give what? What receives the action of giving? Answer respect. Respect is the direct object. To whom or for whom should you give respect? Answer implied to us. Us being pronoun. We can put an X in brackets there. Some people do, or just leave it blank. Give respect. So give respect. So is another coordinating conjunction. So let's diagram that on a step. So you give respect us when we talk. When it's to do with time. Okay. Subject we. Predicate talk. Let's draw that. So when we talk, that is a subordinating conjunction. Dash, 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 dash. When. Great. Whew. I thought I was going to die there. That's fine. I was working and, modifier. Your mother. Your mother was working before you were born. So, implied you, give us respect, give respect to us. When we talk. Is that all? Talk. Who receives the talking? Implied to you. Is you the direct object? We talk what? No, it doesn't make sense. We talk you? No, doesn't make sense. We talk to whom? To you. Again, you can put an X in here if you want. I'm just going to leave it blank. Wow, that was fun. Now it's your turn to do some enjoyable sentence diagramming. Okay, this is part of a series on joining clauses together in a sentence. Previously, we just touched upon sentences with only one clause, but sentences can have 2 or 3 or 4 or more clauses. They're probably bad sentences if they have 4 or more clauses, but who am I to judge? You're going to encounter these in literature naturally. We looked at, first of all, compound clauses. Compound clauses join together 2 independent clauses that can be sentences in their own right without being sentence fragments. But we want to move ahead and look at complex sentences. What is a complex sentence? Answer? Let's find out. What is a complex sentence? Well, a complex sentence joins at least one independent clause and at least one dependent clause. That is, it joins a complete thought with what would otherwise be a sentence fragment. Compound sentences join together 2 clauses which could have been sentences in their own right. A complex sentence joins together at least one complete thought or independent clause with at least one dependent clause. Or, to say it another way, it joins one complete thought with an incomplete thought. Let's have a look. Examples, yes. Which I have always disliked. Immediately we're thinking, what does this which refer to? We don't know what which is, and therefore we can easily ascertain or feel in our bones that this is an incomplete thought. And yet it has a subject, I, and a verb. Dependent clause has a subject and a verb, but is missing that complete thought. All right. Who smells bad? Ooh, who? Who? This is another relative pronoun which is referring to something else which isn't included. Which is a relative pronoun which is pointing to something else. Who is a relative pronoun pointing to something else. So if a clause begins with a relative pronoun, then we know that it must be a dependent clause or a relative clause. Another one, that I met last Tuesday. Again, that is pointing to something. That is a relative pronoun. And a clause that begins with a relative pronoun is always a subordinate clause, or it's always a dependent clause. We know, but we know in our bones without an ounce of grammar, as it were, that it's not complete. Something's missing. We don't know what that is. Anyway, so how do we join the two? Well, we're going to look at one way to join a complete thought to an incomplete thought, or join an incomplete thought, should I say, to a complete thought. We're going to look at relative pronoun. So relative pronoun, as we saw before, can be which or who or that, for example. Right. But what does it do? A pronoun always refers back to its antecedent. A pronoun always refers back to its antecedent. So it's an incomplete thought if you have the pronoun, in this case the relative pronoun, but no antecedent. It points back to something which isn't there. That won't do. All right, the girl that I loved is gone. How do we diagram this? Well, first of all, let's note that we have one clause, one clause, the girl is gone. That's one, but slap bang in the middle of it, that I loved, is another clause that is dependent. With the word that, it points back to something. It points back to what? What does it point to? What is the antecedent of that? The answer is girl. The girl that I loved. All right, another one. The boss who fired me has been fired. Again, we have the same pattern repeated. We have a complete thought. The boss has been fired. Right. Okay. Slap bang in the middle, we have a clause which begins with a relative pronoun who. That relative pronoun points back to something. To whom does the relative pronoun who point back? Boss, the boss. All right, one more. The orange t-shirt, which was my favorite, is ruined. Again, the same pattern. A complete or independent clause. The orange t-shirt is ruined, which is split down the middle by a dependent clause starting with a relative pronoun, which relative pronoun's a fancy word, but let's just say that it's a pronoun which relates back to an antecedent, something along those lines. Which, what does which refer to? The orange t-shirt, of course. Which was my favorite. Which begins with a relative pronoun. It has a subject, which, and a verb. All right, but yet it's an incomplete thought. How do we diagram that? Well, let's have a look at some examples. Boom. The girl that I loved is gone. First of all, let's split them into two clauses. The girl is gone. Fine. And then let's identify the relative pronoun. That could be who or that or which. That I loved. This is our second dependent clause. So we're going to diagram them in the order in which they appear. Okay, baseline. Girl is gone. Who is gone? Answer, girl is gone. Good. It's the first sentence, and I think we can do... Now, how do we change things around? Originally, it was that I loved. But if we ask the question, who loved, we get the answer, I. And the subject must precede in order the verb loved. Who loved? I loved. So we put the subject where the subject ought to be. I loved what? What received that love? Answer, that. But how do we relate the two clauses? The independent clause, girl is gone, with that. Answer, with a simple dotted line, a vertical dotted line, from one to the other. By the way, which girl? Answer, the girl. There we have it. A little bit involved, but not impossible. We diagram the independent clause to the dependent clause via a relative pronoun, such as who or that or which, via a vertical dotted line between the relative pronoun and its antecedent. Very good. Let's have a look at another example. The boss who fired me has been fired. Okay, let's have a look how to diagram this. Boss has been fired. Baseline. Who fired me? Baseline. Who has been fired? Answer, boss. Who fired me? Answer, who. Haha. How do we join the relative pronoun to its antecedent? Via a vertical dash line. No need to write anything on the line. Which boss? The boss. The boss has been fired. Who fired me? At a glance, we can see not only the subject and the predicate, but also two distinct clauses. We can see how they're related. They're related via a relative pronoun, who. The other relative pronouns include that and which. We can see the modifiers. Let's finish the work. Has been fired. Has been, well, they're both one part of one verb. All right, it's a be verb. It's a linking verb. It's an equals verb. So we diagram that accordingly. And that's our subject complement. Subject, verb, subject complement. Who fired me? Fire. Who equals me? Now, I'm not my own boss. No. Fired is therefore an action verb. So we diagram that accordingly. Who fired what? Who fired me? Me is our direct object. So there we have it. At a glance, boom, we can see very clearly how the different elements are related to one another. Last one. The orange t-shirt, comma, which was my favorite, comma, is ruined. Two clauses. One, independent. The orange t-shirt is ruined. Independent clause. We're going to start with that since it's the first in order. We're going to follow with which was my favorite. Let's have a look at how to do this. First of all, let's diagram both sentences. Baseline. Baseline. What is ruined? Answer, t-shirt is ruined. Which was favorite? Answer, which. Just ask the questions and have confidence. All right. How do we relate the antecedent to the relative pronoun which? Via a vertical dash line. Which t-shirt is ruined? Answer, the t-shirt is ruined. What kind of a verb is? It's a to be verb, so we diagram that accordingly. Ruined is a predicate adjective. It's also a subject complement. T-shirt is ruined, all at a glance. Which was favorite? Was. What kind of a verb is was? It's a conjugation of the verb to be, which equals favorite. It's an equals verb or a linking verb. We diagram that accordingly. Favorite, it's another predicate adjective, or what's the other name? Subject complement. Beautiful. So there we have it. We can see at a glance the structure of each of the clauses and how the two clauses are related. Oh, we're missing a modifier. Whose favorite? My favorite. The t-shirt is the t-shirt, comma, which was my favorite, is ruined. Yep, that's it. Okay, your turn to do the exercises. I hope you do well. I hope you enjoy it. I'll see you in the next lesson. We're starting a new section, and we're going to start that section with compound sentences. Now, up till now, we've only been touching upon sentences with one clause only, but sentences can have many clauses, at least several. So compound sentences. What is a compound sentence? Well, it's composed naturally of more than one thing. It's a compound sentence. There is one clause? No, there are two or more clauses. But what kind of clauses? Well, we could say independent clauses, or more colloquially, a complex sentence must contain two or more complete thoughts. Complete thought, complete thought. And those complete thoughts should be joined together somehow. A complete thought is another way of saying an independent clause. And you can imagine already what an independent clause. It could stand on its own as a sentence without being horror of horrors. Yes, a sentence fragment. Sentence fragments are bad. We don't want them. Let's check with a few sentences to see if they're complete thoughts or not. Here we go. That he knew from his time in Turkey. This looks like a complete thought, but the fact that it starts with that makes us think, what is that? That refers to something. No, that's not a complete thought. It's a sentence fragment. It depends on something else which is missing. His father is a politician. Whose father? His father. Father is politician. Yeah, that's a complete thought. Nothing missing there. All right. While she was sweeping on the front porch. Oh, immediately we want to ask, what? What happened while she was sweeping on the front porch? This while is drawing us to another phrase which isn't present. So no, that is a sentence fragment. It's not a complete thought. So it's easy for us instinctively, regardless of our grammar background, to identify what is a complete thought and what is an incomplete thought. But how do we diagram them? How? Let's have a look. We diagram from verb in the top sentence in order of appearance to the bottom verb via a dashed step. I'll draw a dashed step. You'll enjoy this, I think. Dash, 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 dash. So verb here linking to a verb here, and we put the what's the name of a word which joins two things together? Begins with C, 3 syllables. Yes, the conjunction. We draw the conjunction, be it and or but or for or yet or so. Here. Okay, that's how we diagram it, from verb to verb via a dashed step with the conjunction resting boop, in the middle. Boop. Very good. Let's look at some examples. Yes. John sang, but Robert worked. For sentence, John sang. Oh, independent clause. John sang. That's an independent clause. Robert worked. It's a very short sentence, but yes, it's a complete thought. And we have a special kind of word here, joining the two. What's the name of the kind of words which join clauses or words together? Answer, conjunction. John sang, Robert worked. Very good. Let's diagram the first sentence. Baseline. Who sang? John sang. Subject, predicate. Who worked? Answer, Robert worked. Subject, predicate line. Boom. How do we join? We're missing something. We're missing the conjunction. The conjunction but, B-U-T. Verb to verb. Let's do this. Verb, dash, 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 dash. Where do we put the conjunction? Answer, on the vertical part of the step. But. And that's how it's done. Excellent. Let's try another one. John sang, for he was happy. Let's have a look. 2 independent clauses. John sang, yes, that's a complete thought. He was happy, yes, complete thought. Good. John sang, baseline, predicate line. Who sang? John sang. Subject, predicate. Who was happy? Answer, he was happy. Baseline, predicate line. Was, it's a conjunction of the verb to be. He equals happy. It's an equals verb or that's right, a linking verb. So we diagram that accordingly. This makes happy a subject complement, but also a predicate adjective. But how do we join the two? Oh dear, this is going to be difficult. I'm going to break the rules slightly. Let's draw a back to front dash line for the sake of space. Dash, 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 dash. What is the conjunction? It's for, so we write it here. And boom, John sang, for he was happy. Last one. Robert sang, but he wasn't much good. Robert sang, he wasn't much good. They're both independent clauses. They're joined by a, what's a special word which joins stuff? It's called a conjunction. Okay, let's have a look at this. Robert sang. Complete thought. Let's diagram it accordingly. Baseline. Boom. Baseline. Boom. Who sang? Robert sang. Subject, predicates. He was good. Who was good? He was good. Predicate line. Subject, predicate. How do we join the compound sentences? Answer by a dashed step. Dash, 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 dash. Robert sang, he was good. What's the missing conjunction. But, B-U-T. He was good. Something missing here. Was is a linking verb. We're going to diagram that accordingly. That makes good a predicate adjective or a subject complement. He wasn't. He wasn't. That's an important modification. How good? He wasn't much good. Making much. What kind of a word can modify an adjective? Yes. An adverb. Well done. It's your turn to diagram some compound sentences. Enjoy. Okay, we're going to look at a specific type of sentence, a question sentence or interrogative sentences. Question sentence or an interrogative sentence. Okay, so let's have a look at some examples of how such questions are formed grammatically. Are we there yet? What are the two things that distinguish this sentence from other sentences? Well, we notice that it doesn't begin with a subject, as nearly all other sentences in English do. In fact, the subject and the verb are inverted. Not we are, but are we. And also we have a different punctuation at the end. Instead of a regular period or full stop, we have a question mark. So, subject and verb are inverted and a question mark was added. That's one way of making a question in English. Do I have to go? Do I have to go? Well, there's an irregular normal sentence in there, I have to go, but there's this funny thing here, what I call in other courses the magic word for making questions and negative statements. It's an auxiliary verb. There's two verbs, the auxiliary verb do, and let's say the main verb have. So you've added an auxiliary verb and put it in place or swap places with the subject. So again, a verb, this time auxiliary verb plus the subject. And also again, as always, you've added a question mark. All right, instead of a full stop or period. So again, auxiliary verb added, inverted with the subject and a question mark added. That's another way of forming a question in English. Let's have a look. How much are these? Well, this is strange. What shall we do here? What have we done? Well, we've added a special type of word, how, a question word. And then we've also added a question mark. That's two things. In fact, there's a third thing here. The subject and the verb are again inverted. How much? Question words, question mark, plus inversion of verb and subject. Question word added, how or how much, subject and verb inverted, and a question mark added. There are various ways we can form an interrogative sentence in English. Those are some of the ways. And this will be important as we go into diagram the sentences. Right. She can read. What? She can read? She can read? She can read? She can read? Question, question, question. But it looks like an ordinary declarative sentence, doesn't it? But it's not, because we have, boom, we have a question mark at the end. Okay, those are four possible ways of forming a set. Those are four possible ways of forming an interrogative sentence in English. In this case, we just added a question mark. Right. So how do we diagram interrogatives? Well, we treat them like any other sentence. We unscramble them and then we diagram them. Number one, we rearrange the subject and the verb, and then we diagram them. That's basically it. Sometimes we have to deal with the auxiliary verb, but the auxiliary verb simply joins the other verbs in their proper order. Let's have a look at some examples. We're missing our exclamation mark. Good. Examples. Looking forward to this. Is she ready yet? How have we formed a question here? We've added a question mark and we've inverted the verb and the subject. So we have to undo that before we can diagram. So that leaves us with she is ready. Put in our baseline as always. Who is ready? Answer, she is ready. This is a linking verb, so what follows is a subject complement, so we diagram that accordingly. Ready modifies she, but she's ready when, or answer, she is ready yet. So again, we can see the individual grammatical components of the sentence. We can see the subject and the predicate, linking verb. Ready, that's a predicate adjective, also known as a subject complement. We have a modifier, in this case an adverb, yet, modifying the adjective ready. All right, unscramble it, diagram it. That's all we have to do. Do you want it? Oh, okay, well, we've added something special here. We've added an auxiliary verb, a helping verb. We've also added the normal question mark. How do we deal with this? Who do want it? Answer, you do want it. Baseline. Let's put in the baseline. Predicate line. You do want, it's your verb, it. Want is an action verb. Nothing can be seen in the wanting, but it doesn't pass the equals verb test. You equals it. I don't think so. I'm not an it. So we diagram that as we would do with any direct object. So again, we have the subject, predicates, we have the verb with the auxiliary verb here, and the main verb here, and we have a direct object. That's it. Unscramble a sentence and then diagram it. Next, when can we go? Okay, let's diagram this sentence. We can go. Subject, who can? Answer, we can. Subject, predicate line here, subject, and the rest of this is the predicate. We can what? Now, an interesting feature in English is that after modal verbs such as can or should or must, we erase the to of the infinitive. So, we can what? We can, and effectively, go here is a verbal. It's a verbal infinitive with the to implied or missing. We can go. Okay, that leaves when. When can we go? When is an adverb. It's an interrogative adverb, and it's modifying our going. We want to know when can we go. This verbal is acting as kind of a noun, kind of a verb. So that's the crazy verbal world it lives in. So there we have it. When can we go? That's how we might diagram this. I hope you enjoyed that, and all the best with your exercises. Welcome to another lesson. Great, we're going to look at imperatives. Imperatives. Do it. Eat it. Look at that. Imperatives. Well, what is an imperative? Do you know what an imperative is? Can you give a definition already? Let's have a look. An imperative expresses a command, very simply. An imperative expresses a command. Do it. Quick march. Halt. Or an exhortation. Repent of your sins. That is an exhortation. Not a command, an exhortation, but it has an imperative structure. All right. Is it difficult? Well, no, but there is a difficult part. A part it's a question of a difficulty in understanding. But it's just a little difficulty. To diagram it, perfectly easy. Let's have a look. Why would it be considered difficult? Well, because there is no subject. Well, there is a subject, but there isn't, if you see what I mean. The subject is implied. Now, but we don't have to guess as to what to enter. There is only one option. There's only one thing that could possibly be missing. It's always the same pronoun, and that is you. That's because in English, the singular you and the plural you is exactly the same. It's always you. Let's jump into a few examples. I know this was what you're waiting for. Let's have a look. Turn to the left. Now, who is being addressed here? Who are you talking to? Is it a single person? What's the pronoun we could use to address a single person? You. Maybe it's a whole squadron, battalion. Turn to the left. It's a plural, what pronoun do we use to address a plurality of persons? You. Again, let's have a look. Okay, this is all we have of the sentence. That's the predicate or part of the predicate. Turn. All right, we'll put in faith, we shall put in the predicate line. Now, who is being addressed? We don't know if it's a singular person or a plurality of persons, but it doesn't matter because the pronoun used is you. We put it in brackets because it's implied, it's not explicit. You turn. Turn what? No answer. You're not turning anything as such. Not in the sentence anyway. Where should you turn or how should you turn? That's another question. Preposition to. To where? To, noun, left. Which left should we turn to? The answer is the left. There you have it. Turn to the left. The you is implied. We put it in brackets and we diagram the rest as we would normally do. Another example. Believe me. Is it a command? Not really. Probably not. It's an exhortation. Believe me, you're pleading. Let's see how we might diagram that. Again, we leave a gap where the subject should be. Baseline. Predicate line. In faith. We put the predicate line in. Who is being addressed? Probably a single person, but we just don't know. So it doesn't matter, though. It's you either way. You believe me. You believe who? You believe or what? You believe me. The direct object of the believing is me. You believe me. All right, very good. Got it? We leave the subject blank and then we draw in you in brackets because it's implied. Eat it now. Maybe you're addressing a classroom, a room filled with people who aren't eating, or just one person. We don't know, but again, it doesn't matter. Baseline. Predicate line in faith. What goes in here? That's right. You in brackets because it's implied. You eat what? Eat it. What receives the eating? Action of eating. Answer it. You eat it. When should you eat it? Adverb. Eat it now. What a beauty. Okay, it's your turn. I hope you enjoy your exercises. Okay, we're doing a series on non-essential elements in a sentence. We're going to touch upon nouns of address. What do? They identify the intended audience of the sentence. That's all. They tell us to whom the sentence is addressed. Let's have a look. They should also, just like the appositives, be punctuated separately, but as we saw in the last lesson, sometimes they aren't. Tricky. Sometimes they are not. And since they're punctuated separately, well, why not diagram them separately? Let's have a look with some examples. Class, be quiet. Who is being addressed? The class. Class is our, yes, what is it? Class is our noun of address. Wonderful. I feel so good. I hope you feel good too. I hope you're almost drunk, but not quite, with the knowledge that you're getting. Wonderful. Class, be quiet. We diagram the noun of address separately on its own baseline above. Now, we have a problem, don't we? Or do we? Who be quiet? It's an imperative, and English imperatives don't include the subject, but the subject is always implied, and the subject is always the same. You be quiet. Well, in some forms, colloquial forms, yes, okay, the subject is there. All right, you implied, be quiet. Be, that must be a linking verb. It's from the verb to be. In fact, it is the word be, so we diagram that accordingly. Quiet, subject complement, predicate adjective. There we have it. Class, line of address telling us who is being addressed, who is the intended audience of the sentence. Class, you implied, imperative, be quiet. Good, next one. Son, I told you already. Punctuated separately, yes, son, comma. Son is our noun of address. We're addressing son. I told you already. Looks good. Let's diagram the noun of address, son, and the other baseline. Who told you? Answer subject. I told you. Told. Can we replace that with an equal sign? I equals you? No. Makes no sense. Therefore, what follows, subject, verb, what, is the direct object. I told you. Subject, verb, direct object. Subject, predicate. When? Already. Already. Think we got everything there? One more. Brother, you preach it now. Is there anything punctuated separately? Answer, yes. Brother, comma. You preach it now. Brother is our noun of address. We're talking to our brother. Brother, you preach it. Second baseline. Who preach it? You preach it. This is an example of an imperative that includes the subject. Ooh, nice. You preach what? You preach it. It is therefore our direct object, and we diagram it as we would any direct object. Let's try that again. Down, 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 down. That's a little bit better, man. You preach it. There we have it. Your turn to do some exercises on your own. I hope you enjoy them. I hope you're doing it with a fountain pen as well, because it's more enjoyable with a fountain pen. Okay, this lecture is part of a series of lectures / lessons / videos about non-essential parts of the sentence. Right. This one is about appositive nouns. Wonderful. What is an appositive noun? Who knows? Well, they follow and rename nouns, pronouns, and noun phrases. What is an appositive noun? Appositive nouns follow and rename nouns, pronouns, and or noun phrases. So where can you find these dastardly appositives? Where? Anywhere you'd find a noun, noun phrase, or pronoun. That is to say, in the subject, the object, in direct object, and indirect object, or any complement. So most anywhere. All right. There are two types of appositives. Restrictive. A restrictive appositive is absolutely necessary to understand the sentence. And the other type is non-restrictive appositives. They're non-essential, it just happens to be so information. Non-essential. They're parenthetical, so we diagram them in parentheses. So non-restrictive, parenthetical information, parenthetical appositive nouns are placed in parentheses, in brackets. Brackets, kind of parentheses, brackets. Okay, appositives should be punctuated, not diagrammed, but punctuated, first of all, separately. If they're not, they ought to have been. An example, Mr. M, my old geography teacher, substitute geography teacher, is a character. Yes, he is. So, Mr. M, comma, my old geography teacher, comma, is a character. So where is the appositive noun? In fact, yes, here it is. It's a noun phrase. The noun is teacher. My old and geography are all modifiers. So, is linking verb, or as I like to say, equals verb, a character. Subject, complement, predicate, adjective. Let's have a look. Mr. M, teacher, is character. All right, we're going to do the usual. Let's go ahead and draw a baseline. Baseline. What is character? Who is character? Answer, Mr. M is character. Answer, Mr. M is character. Mr. M, teacher. Well, teacher is the noun which follows and renames Mr. M. So teacher is an appositive. It's a non-restrictive appositive. It's not necessary for us to understand the sentence. So we draw it in brackets on the baseline, following the noun which it modifies. Is character. What character? Okay, is a linking verb. Therefore, we diagram it as like so. It's followed by a subject, complements, character, predicate, adjective. Mr. M, teacher, is character. Are we missing anything? My old geography teacher. Whose teacher? Answer, my teacher. My old teacher. My old teacher. What kind of teacher? What did you teach? Answer, geography. I didn't plan that very well. There we have it. We diagram the appositive on the baseline, but if it's a non-restrictive, then we put it in brackets. It's put in the order that it appears in the sentence following the noun which it modifies. There we go. Let's have a look at another sentence. My brother, David, is a doctor. Where is our appositive? It's followed to the noun brother. Renames it. We find it separated from the rest of the sentence via commas. Comma, David, comma. Great, it's a noun too. Do we need this? My brother is a doctor. Is there anything missing? No. So it's a non-restrictive appositive phrase. Let's diagram that sentence. Brother David is doctor. Who is doctor? Brother David. All right, brother. Brother is the subject. David follows it and renames it, and therefore is an appositive. It's not necessary, absolutely necessary for the sentence, so it's a non-restrictive. Let's just write that in there. Non-restrictive appositive, NRA. Is doctor. Is linking verb. Equals verb. Let's draw the appropriate sign. Doctor is modifying brother. It's, what kind of a word is it? Doctor. Doctor is a noun, so it's a predicate noun. A subject complement as well. There we go. Pretty good. Last one. My pet bird Joey died suddenly. True story. A long time ago. Poor Joey. Let's diagram that. Bird Joey died. Okay, what's wrong with this sentence? My pet bird Joey died suddenly. Where's the appositive? Well, it should follow the noun, the first noun, bird. Yes, Joey. But what's the problem? Yes, that's right. It was missing the punctuation that it should have had. So when you're diagramming some sentences, you'll find that it's already badly punctuated. So you'll need to add the correct punctuation before you go on. My pet bird, comma, Joey, comma, died suddenly. My pet bird died suddenly. Joey isn't needed, so it's another non-restrictive appositive. We'll put it in brackets. Let's diagram that up. Bird Joey died. Who died? Bird Joey. Bird Joey. It's our predicate. Pardon me. Bird Joey is our subject. Died is our predicate. Poor Joey. Bird Joey. Is Joey necessary? No. We put it in brackets. Whose bird? Answer. My bird. What kind of bird? Answer. Pet. That P is not drawn correctly. There we have it. My pet bird Joey, comma, comma, died. That's it. Your turn to diagram some sentences. I hope you enjoy them. Okay, we're doing a series of videos, stroke episode, stroke lessons about non-essential elements in the sentence. This time we're going to focus on expletive constructions. Now, expletives have nothing to do with blip, 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 blip. Nothing to do with bad words. Don't worry. So, what is an expletive sentence? What are expletives? The answer is, expletive sentences begin with one of three words, followed by something else we will see. They begin with there. There is a banana. Here. Here is something. It is something. So they begin with three possible words, there, here, and it. Expletive sentences can only begin with either there, here, or it, THI, followed by the verb be. We can conjugate the verb be any way we like. It doesn't matter. Future, past, present, conditional, you name it. All right, so there are two types of expletives. There are normal, what I call normal. I call them normal because they're normal. They're not, you won't find normal expletives listed in a grammar book, but I find it useful to distinguish between normal expletives and existential expletives. We don't need to worry about diagramming existential expletives, only about recognizing them to realize that we don't have to do anything special with them. All right, so what is a normal expletive? A normal expletive, what is it? Well, if you remove the there, here, or it from the sentence and change the passive construction to the active voice, then the sentence is clearer. So you can remove the there and change the sentence from passive voice to active voice, and the sentence will be clearer. That is what identifies a normal expletive sentence. All right. That's what distinguishes a normal from an existential expletive construction. Let's have a look. There are two men looking for you. What do we do? Well, first of all, let's notice that it begins with one of the three possible words which expletive sentences begin with. What are those words? Tell me. 1, there. 2, here. 3, it. There, here, it. There. Followed by what? Followed by some conjugation or other of, yes, that's right, the verb be. There are two men looking for you. How are we going to diagram this? Well, since the there is a non-essential part of the sentence, we're going to diagram it separate from the main baseline. Let's have a look. Okay, here's our sentence. There are two men looking for you. Yes, begins with there. Good. There, here, it. Those are the three possible beginnings. It's followed by are, which is a conjugation of the verb to be. That's right. Good. Now, let's apply the test and see whether it's a normal expletive construction. Let's remove there. Are two men looking for you? It doesn't make a lot of sense, but we're getting the gist, so I think we're on the right track. Let's change it from the passive voice to the active voice and see, and it's clearer. Two men, yes. We exchange the subject with the verb, and yes, two men are looking for you, as clear as day. Yes, that is a normal expletive construction. That's what we do. We remove the there, boom, and then we change the, yes, we change the passive voice. We change the passive voice to the active voice. And yes, if it's clearer, then bingo, we have a normal expletive sentence. Much clearer. Exercises, let's do the first one. There is a pigeon on the roof. Let's check. First word is there, here, it. Good. Followed by a verb. What kind of a verb? It's a verb. It's the verb is. It's a conjugation of the verb to be. A pigeon on the roof. Let's remove there. Is a pigeon on the roof. What is on the roof? Answer, a pigeon. A pigeon is our subject. The verb is. Okay, we're going to swap that around to make the passive voice the active voice. Let's see how we would diagram that. First of all, there, it's a non-essential part of the sentence, so we diagram that on a separate line. There. Okay. Pigeon is where? Okay, let's have a look. Pigeon is what? Pigeon is what? No answer. All right, there is no subject complement. Pigeon is. Second baseline. What is pigeon is? Pigeon is our subject. We're going to draw our predicate line. That leaves us on the roof. That's telling us where the pigeon is. It's therefore an adverbial phrase. It's a prepositional phrase. Preposition is on. On where? On roof. Let's draw that in. Is on. On where? On roof. That's almost all, but we are missing which roof? Answer, the roof. So, to recap, there is a non-essential element, therefore we diagram that separately. And we diagram the rest of the sentence in the active voice, so we swap around the verb is and the subject pigeon. Oh, almost forgot, there is a pigeon, another modifier. An article, a determiner. Good. There is a pigeon on the roof. Excellent. We can see at a glance the subject, the predicate, the modifiers, a prepositional phrase which is acting as an adverb, and we can see the expletive there. Very good. Next. There are irksome Latvians on my lawn. And we've probably all had this problem before with Latvians on our lawn. It's a problem. Let's be honest about this. All right, let's solve the problem. Let's check to see if it's a normal expletive construction. We'll remove there. are irksome Latvians on my lawn? And then we swap over the subject. What is the subject? What are on my lawn? Answer, Latvians. Latvians are. Okay, right. Let's do this. There, Latvians are. There is an expletive. Diagram that separately on a separate baseline. Subject, what are? Latvians are. That's our subject. Predicates. What kind of Latvians? Irksome. Irksome. If you don't know what irksome is, there's dictionary.com to help you. You're welcome. Latvians. Irksome Latvians are where? Are on preposition. Lawn. Noun. We have a prepositional phrase here. On lawn. Whose lawn? Answer, my lawn. We have what kind of a word modifies a noun? Bum, an adjective. Well done. Okay, hope that was helpful. Let's move on to the next exercise to do with non-essential bits in your sentence. Okay, welcome. This is the first in the series of several episodes / videos / lessons about non-essential elements in the sentence. Elements that you can take away, but which won't really change things much, won't change the meaning of the sentence. So we're going to start with interjections. Hey, you. Yikes, ouch. Interjection. So how can we define an interjection? What is an interjection? It's a word. What does it mean? Well, it's a word which expresses the importance of something or which conveys emotion, strong emotion. All right, let's have a look. They should be punctuated separately. So they can be separated entirely by a full stop, an exclamation mark, or a comma. All right, but they're separate from the complete thought that is the sentence. And they're separated from what? From a complete thought. They're separated from an independent clause. All right, they're not part of it. They're separated from it. And as such, they should be diagrammed separately. Diagram your interjections. Yikes! Hey! Ouch! Diagram them separately. All right, let's have a look. Let's do some examples. Yes, examples. Starting with, hey, teacher, leave those kids alone. Hey, leave those kids alone. And we'll see that it's punctuated separately, separated by this exclamation mark. And it's separated from what? From a complete thought. Leave those kids alone. That's a proper sentence, not a sentence fragment. It's a sentence. It has a subject. It's an implied subject, but it has one, and it has a predicate, so full predicate. It's perfect. All right, let's see how we would diagram that. Okay, so we said that the interjection should be diagrammed separately, and we meant that. So let's do that. Separate baseline. Hey, leave hey, leave kids. Now, apparently there is no subject, but it's an imperative, so the subject is implied, and the subject in an imperative is always you, whether it's you plural or you singular, it's always you. Okay, so implied subject. Who leave those kids alone? You leave kids alone. Right. Leave what? Subject, verb, what? Answer is kids. That makes kids the direct object. So we've got our subject, we've got our predicate, we've got a verb, and we've got the direct object of that verb. Are there any qualifiers? Hey, you leave which kids? Leave those kids. How should we leave the children? We should leave them alone. Okay, alone is what kind of a word? It's an adverb. It adds something to the verb. Okay. Hey, you leave those kids alone. Dun, 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 dun. Wow, that's incredible. And I'm sure you're thinking that already. Yes, it is incredible. Wow, that's incredible. What do we notice? We notice that wow is punctuated separately from a complete thought. That's incredible. It's only 2 words, or 3 words if you count the word that's abbreviated. Perhaps you should, I don't know. Short word, but everything's there. It's separated from a complete thought. That, subject, is, verb, incredible. All right, let's have a look. How are we going to do this? First of all, we must diagram the interjection separately. Let's do that. Wow, great. Ah, okay, that's incredible. So what's incredible? Answer, subject, that. Predicate line, that's incredible. What kind of a verb is z or is? It's an equals verb, or as the rest of the world says, it's a linking verb. So it can't take a direct object, so what follows must be a subject complement. So we draw the line to indicate that a complement will follow it. Incredible modifies that, modifies the subject. What kind of a word is incredible? What kind of a word? It's an adjective, which describes or modifies that. So it's a predicate, adjective, and subject complement. Let's just draw some of that in. Subject, obviously. Verb, obviously. Predicate. All of this is a predicate. What kind of a word is this? Well, it's a subject complement, since it complements the subject, and it's also a predicate adjective. Excellent. Okay, let's have a look at one last one. Before it's your turn. Yikes, you scared me. It's punctuated separately. Perfect. It's separated from what? From a complete thought, from an independent clause, from a whole sentence. We've got who scared me? You scared me. We've got the subject, scared me, predicate. Subject verb, what or whom? Subject verb, me. We've got a direct object. Let's diagram that. Yikes is diagrammed separately and on its own baseline, unconnected, unrelated to what follows. Another baseline here, baseline. Predicates, line to separate subject from predicate. You scared whom? You scared me. Direct object. Perfect. There we go. It's your turn now, and I hope you enjoy diagramming some sentences. Great, you're back. Keep going. Every video, at least once, preferably 10 times, until you understand that you can do this. Fine. This is the third in the series about verbals, and we're going to look at participles. First of all, revision. What is a verbal? Can you remember? Is it a noun? Is it a verb? What is it? Can you remember? What's the definition? It looks like a verb and can take an object like a verb, but functions like nouns, adjectives, or adverbs. There are 3 different types of verbal. Can you remember? Can you remember? Gip, the gipper, gip, 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 G-I-P. Gerunds, ing, the ing form of the verb, or it looks like the ing form of the verb, but acts like a noun. Infinitives. It looks like the to form of the verb, but acts like a noun or adjective or adverb. Very versatile. I think you'll agree. Participles. What's a participle? Well, it acts like a verb, like the rest of the gerunds, in that it can take a complement and be modified by adverbs. It looks like, the participle looks like the participle form of the verb. Now, there are 2 kinds of participles. Do you know what they are? Past participle. For example, he had walked, talked, shown, grown. He had walked, he had talked, he had shown, he had grown. Walked, talked, shown, grown, and many other like words are past participles. So if the past participle is one kind of, what is it called? Can you remember? Participle, verbal. Then what's the other type? Yes, it's a present participle. I am walking. I am talking. I am showing. I am growing. Now, the present participle differs from the gerund, the ing form of the verb, in that the present participle functions only, and the past participles, as an adjective. Whereas the gerund functioned as, can you remember? Yes, the gerund only functions as a noun. Great. Let's have a look. A very useful sentence. Gollum dislikes cooked fish, my precious. Let's have a look. Gollum dislikes. But he likes the precious, but he dislikes cooked fish.
Horrible, horrible, slimy fishes.
All right. Sorry. Who dislikes? Gollum dislikes. Gollum is our subject. Predicate is the rest of the sentence. Gollum dislikes what? What receives the action of disliking? Well, it must be our direct object. Our direct object is cooked fish. Ah, okay. Cooked fish, eh? Dislikes fish. What kind of fish, we ask? Answer, diagram. There's no extra bit there. No, not like a prepositional phrase. And what we do is it's kind of like a stair, so we throw it down the stairs. What kind of fish? Cooked fish. That's how we diagram the present and the past participle on a little almost stair thing. Gollum dislikes what? Gollum dislikes fish. Fish is our direct object. What kind of fish? Aha. An adjective which modifies the noun fish. Cooked. Gollum dislikes cooked fish, my precious. Another example. The rotating globe broke down. What broke down? Answer, the rotating globe. Our subject, therefore, is the rotating globe. The rest of the sentence is the predicate. Okay. Globe broke. Okay, let's draw our baseline. Predicate line to separate the subject from the predicate. How did it break? Adverb. It broke down. Globe broke what down? There's no direct object. That's fine. So, which globe? Which globe? The globe. The. What kind of globe? Aha. Now we're talking. Boom, boom. Kind of like a stair, but not quite. We're going to throw this down the stairs. The globe, the rotating globe broke down. Excellent. There we go. Let's have a look at one last sentence before you move on to your exercises. The devastated town never recovered. There are two types of, what are they called? Participles. What are the two types of participles? The past participle and the present participle. What do participles, verbals, what function do they play? Can they be nouns? Can they be adverbs? No. They can be adjectives. All right, let's have a look. Town recovered. Town what? Town recovered. Let's draw in our baseline. What recovered? Town recovered. Town recovered what? Nothing. There is no direct object. We just have a subject and predicate. Town recovered. Which town? Answer, the town. The. What kind of town? The past participle this time. Devastated. The devastated town recovered? No. No, we need an adverb. Never recovered. Oh, what a difference a word makes. The devastated town never recovered. Subject, the devastated town. Predicate, never recovered. Modifiers, the, never, devastated. We diagram past participles and present participles as the modifiers they are underneath the word they modify. They're adjectives, so they modify nouns. And we kind of throw them down the kind of stairs. All right, one extra. Working daily, he finished the course. Aha, he finished course. Baseline. Predicate line. He finished what? He finished course. This time we do have a direct object. Which course? Answer, the course. He finished course. How did he Finish the course now. What does working daily modify? We know that participles modify nouns since they're adjectives, but what nouns do we have? He working daily. Right, gotcha. Let's throw this down the stairs. Working when? Interesting. Working daily. Working daily, he finished the course. Excellent. That's it. It's your turn now. I hope you will enjoy the exercises. Hello, welcome back. You're making fantastic progress. I'm proud of you. Keep going. Do the exercises. Do them again. Watch the videos 10 times. You can do this. I hope this is helpful. If it is helpful, give us a thumbs up, give us a review, whatever. 5 stars, 10 stars, why not? Now, this is the second of a series of 3 videos about verbals. We're going to look at infinitives. But let's do some revision first. What is a verbal? It's not a gerbil, it's a verbal. Well, a verbal looks like a verb, can take an object like a verb, but instead function like nouns, adjectives, or adverbs. What about the verbal that we just studied? What was it? What's its name? Well, the 3 types of verbals are gerunds. Yes, we studied about gerunds. Infinitives. Yes, we're going to study about infinitives. And participles. GIP. Gerunds, infinitives, and participles. They're each verbals. They look like verbs, but act like nouns, adjectives, or adverbs. So, tell me about gerunds. How do we recognize a gerund? What is a gerund? It's the root of the verb plus ing, healing, dancing, singing. It acts like a verb in that it can take a verbal complement, take an object, but it acts like a noun as well. A gerund acts as a noun as well, and it does anything that a noun can do. It can be a subject. It can be a subject complement, predicate nominative. It can be the object of a preposition. It can be a direct object or an indirect object. But what is an infinitive? An infinitive is like, but it isn't. It's like, but it isn't the to form of the verb. To dance, to pray, to sing, to laugh. All right. So it acts like a noun, adjective, or adverb. So anything a noun can do, an infinitive can do, and it can be anywhere you would find an adjective or an adverb. Fantastic. And also it can have a verbal complement. So what is a verbal complement? Simple procedure. To identify a verbal complement, we simply ask, infinitive, what? To identify the verbal complement, let's have a look. To sell sunglasses is not divine. To sell sunglasses. Okay, so which is the infinitive? To sell. To plus the root of the verb. To sell, that's our infinitive. To sell what? Easy to sell sunglasses. Sunglasses is our verbal complement. So let's have a look at how we might diagram that. Now, first of all, we diagram the infinitive as we would diagram a prepositional phrase. To sell. To sell. And then we ask, what to sell? We draw a line like the direct object line. To sell sunglasses. Aha. So not all verbals are diagrammed the same. We diagram infinitives, the to form of the verb, or what looks like the to form of the verb, as if it was a prepositional phrase. To sell what? To sell sunglasses. We divide the verbal from the verbal complements by what looks like a direct object line. Okay. She likes to study. Let's have a look at a verbal, an infinitive, in the context of a sentence. She likes to study. Ooh, we have one prepared earlier. She likes. Got our baseline. Boom. Who likes? She likes. The subject is she. The predicate is the rest of the sentence. She likes what? Aha. She likes to study. So to study is a direct object. Subject, predicate, verb, action verb, and direct object. Let's get rid of that direct object. All right, she likes what? Now, we can't write to study in here. No, we cannot. We cannot write to study. To study is a verbal, and only nouns, verbs, or predicate adjectives can rest upon the sacrosanct baseline. How do we diagram infinitives? How do we diagram infinitive verbals? The same way we would diagram prepositional phrases, except we put it on stilts when needed. So, she likes what? She likes to, preposition as it were, but it's not, to what? To study. That's it. Remember, we must, to prevent us from debasing the baseline, we must put verbals on stilts. All right, let's have a look at another sentence. To judge men justly is divine. All right, to judge men justly is divine. Let's have a look. Okay, we can draw our baseline. Baseline. Predicate line. Is, that's a linking verb. So we draw a line pointing back to the subject because divine, predicate adjective, is a subject complement. It modifies the subject. But what is the subject? To judge. To judge. So to judge is our infinitive. If we ask the question, to judge what, we find that men is the answer. All right, let's diagram that. To judge. Now, we can't put the verbal on the baseline, otherwise we will debase it. Only nouns and verbs and predicates, yes, predicate adjectives can go on the baseline. How do we diagram infinitives? The same way in which we would diagram prepositional phrases. To judge. To judge whom? To judge men. We draw a vertical line to separate the verbal complement, men, from the verbal, to judge. What's missing? To judge men. How to judge men? Justly ends with ly. It must be an adverb. It's behaving a little bit like a verb again, isn't it? Interesting. To judge men how? To judge men justly is divine. Fantastic. Well done. Okay, it's your turn to do some work. Please do the exercises. I'll see you in the next video. You've made it. Welcome. Welcome to the next lesson. Excellent. Good to have you. Come on in. This is the first of 3 lessons about verbals. We're going to learn about 3 types of verbals. The first one is gerunds, but let's introduce you first of all to verbals. So what is a verbal? Verbal. What is a verbal? Not a gerbil, a verbal. So a verbal looks like a verb and can take an object like a verb, but nevertheless functions like nouns do, or adjectives or adverbs. Each verbal functions in a slightly different way. Let's see what the 3 types of verbals are. 3 types of verbals are gerunds. We're going to look at gerunds in a couple of minutes. Infinitives, gerunds and infinitives, and participles. 3 types, gerunds, infinitives, and participles. These are all verbals. A verbal looks like a verb, but acts like a noun, or adjective, or adverb, depending on which verbal it is. Verbals can be gerunds, they can be infinitives, or participles. So those are the 3 types of verbals. What is a verbal? Again, one more time. A verbal looks like a verb. It can take an object like a verb does, but functions as a noun, adjective, or adverb. All right, let's take a look. Gerunds. We're looking at gerunds. Gerunds are the ing form of the verb. All right. Gerunds are the verb, look like they are the verb with an ing on the end. For example, so what are gerunds? Gerunds look like they are the ing form of a verb, but they're not quite that. although they can take an object called a verbal complement. All right. An example. Examples are walking, running, cogitating. These are all examples of verbals, specifically gerunds. They're the ing form of the verb. They're the root of the verb, walk, run, cogitate, with an ing added to the end. One more time, it acts like a verb in that it can take an object, but it can do the things a noun can do. What are some of the things that a noun can do? A noun can be an object, direct object, indirect object. It can be the subject. It can be a subject complement. Anything that a noun can do, this verbal can do. What are gerunds? Gerunds are the ing form of the verb. They're the root of the verb with ing at the end. Right. Let's just ask ourselves how we figure out what a verbal complement is. So, we simply ask what after the verbal, what after the gerund. For example, chopping wood. Which one is the gerund? It's the stem, chop, with ing in the end. Chopping wood. Gerund what? Verbal what? Verbal would. Would is the verbal complement. To diagram a verbal, what do? We draw a step as such. Step. That's our step, our little stair step. Now, the verbal, the gerund in this case, is drawn as if it was falling down the stairs. Chopping. Chopping what? Chopping. And we draw a line just like we would do for a direct object. And we draw in the verbal complement. Chopping. Chopping wood. That is beautiful. Okay, let's have a look at another gerund with its complement. Making money. We draw our step like so, and we draw the gerund as if it was, unfortunately, falling down the stairs. Somebody dropped it carelessly. And to divide the verbal from its verbal complement, we draw a line like the direct object line, and then we draw in our verbal complement. Chopping what? Chopping wood. Making what? Making money. All right, great. Okay, the parting of the waters. We're thinking about the Red Sea. We're thinking about Moses and the great deliverance. The parting of the waters. Where is the gerund? What is the gerund? Ah, yes. Gerund is parting. The root of the verb part. The root of the verb is part. Add an ing, you get parting. Alrighty. So, we draw a little stair step. We drop the gerund down the stairs, unceremoniously. Which parting? Answer, the parting. We're going to separate the gerund from its verbal complement. Now we're going to have to draw, that's not going to work. Okay, we've seen a couple of examples of how to diagram gerunds with their verbal complements. Let's try this in the context of a sentence. Swimming is not my favorite sport. Let's diagram the bits that we can do. Let's first of all draw in a baseline. Let's draw a baseline. Great. There's your baseline. And we need a predicate line to separate the subject, which should be here, from the predicate, which is here. Now, what kind of verb is this? Is it an equals verb or an action verb? We already know it's an equals verb. It's a linking verb. That being said, we need to draw a line which slopes back to the subject, because we know what follows will tell us more about the subject. Swimming is sport. All right. Whose sport? My. Don't be distressed at how I write favourite. Yeah, just an extra letter because I'm British. Is my favourite sport? No. Is modifier, adverb, not. All right. Problem, swimming. Swimming is not a noun as such. It acts like a noun, but it isn't a noun, so we cannot write it on the baseline. Only predicate adjectives, nouns, and verbs can be written on the baseline. So we need to put it on stilts. We don't want the verbal to somehow contaminate the pure essence of the subject. So here's how we diagram verbals. We put them on stilts, draw a little stair step, and then write our verbal, in this case gerund, as if it was falling down the stairs. That's it. Swimming, subject, is not my favourite sport. And there you have it. Subject, predicate, verbal, a beautiful thing. Let's try another one. All right, here we have it. Running guns is highly illegal. What do we need? We need the baseline. We know how to do that, easy enough. We need the predicate line to separate the predicate and the subject. This is an equals verb, is it not? Running guns equals highly illegal, yes. So we need that slanty line to separate the verb from the subject complement. In this case, it's a predicate adjective, illegal. Okay, modifiers is highly illegal. Highly, adverb. Let's diagram that. Highly Selassie, highly illegal. But we cannot contaminate the pure baseline, cannot debase the baseline by putting a verbal on it. Because although a verbal acts like a noun, it isn't a noun. It's a verbal. All right, so we separate it by putting it on a pair of stilts. We draw our super line in here. And then we, with great care, throw the word running down the stairs. Running. That's what happens when you run down the stairs. Running. Running what? Running what? That gives us our verbal complement. Running guns. Oops. Running guns is highly illegal. Wonderful. A thing of beauty. Let's try another one. I don't like shaving myself. Interesting. So we have a regular old subject. Who don't like? I don't like. Let's draw our baseline. Remember, we can't debase the baseline. Only nouns and verbs and predicate adjectives can be placed on the baseline. Otherwise, we have to preserve the beauty and purity of the baseline with a pair of stilts. I, predicate line. Subject, I like, predicate. Subject, predicate. I like, I like. I equals shaving myself? No, it must be an action verb. So what follows is the direct object. So we draw a direct object line. I like what? I like shaving myself. Boy, that's not a noun. What do we do? Impossible. What can we do? We can preserve the purity of the baseline by drawing a pair of stilts, some stairs, boom. And then we're going to throw shaving, the verbal, the gerund, down the stairs. Shaving what? Shaving myself. What or whom in this case? Shaving myself. I like shaving myself. This P is just for predicate, don't worry. I like? No, the auxiliary verb do. I do like. I don't like. I don't like shaving myself. Wonderful. Great job. So it's your turn to do some exercises, so I hope you enjoyed that, and I hope you enjoy your exercises. I'll see you soon. Okay, so how do we identify subjects? Please don't wait. Think of it yourself. Tell me. I will hear you. We ask who or what followed by the verb. That's how we identify subjects. So let's try it out. The teacher and his wife sat down. Verb is sat down. So who or what sat down? Answer the teacher and his wife. And surprise, there are two subjects and one verb, meaning we have a compound subject. Fantastic. Let's do this. Let's diagram this. Teacher, wife, sat. On one side we have the subject, on the other side we have the predicate. Let's begin with the baseline. Baseline, baseline, baseline. Predicate line. Let's join them together. Whoop, just about. Almost. All right. Subject, teacher, sat, predicate. Sat how? Sat where? sat down. What do we call words which modify verbs? The answer is yes, adverbs. Down in this case is an adverb modifying sat. They should be touching. Subject, predicate, teacher, wife. Any modifiers? The teacher and his wife. The teacher, his wife. Are we missing anything? What is the relationship between the compound subjects? Answer, you know it already. The answer is the conjunction and. The teacher and his wife sat down. Subject, predicate, compound subject. Very good. Let's try another one. Liechtenstein, I don't speak German, and Switzerland are exceptionally wealthy. Identify the subject. Who or what are? Answer, Liechtenstein and Switzerland. That is our subject. In fact, they're subjects. It's a compound subject. Two subjects acting on one verb are exceptionally wealthy. Let's have a look. Aha. Baseline to the right of me. Baselines to the left. Predicate line. Join that up. Okay, Liechtenstein, Switzerland. What's the relationship between these two? Answer, the conjunction and. Great. Liechtenstein and Switzerland are exceptionally wealthy. Now, what kind of verb is this? If we replaced it with an equal sign, would it change anything? Would it change the meaning of the sentence? Liechtenstein and Switzerland equals exceptionally wealthy? No. Making it a linking verb, or as I prefer to say, an equals verb. So what follows is a subject complement, which goes on to modify the subject. Liechtenstein and Switzerland are wealthy. So we have a line pointing back towards the subject. How wealthy? Answer, modifier, exceptionally wealthy. There we go. What kind of word is wealthy? It's an adjective. It's a predicate adjective. What kind of word can modify an adjective? Answer, an adverb. An adverb can modify a verb, an adjective, or another adverb. Very good. That's us. Well done. Let's try this. Peaches and cream are popular at graduations. What are popular? Answer, peaches and cream. Our subject is peaches and cream. Are. What kind of verb is it? It's an equals verb or a linking verb. We've got to treat popular at graduations carefully. Let's have a look. Peaches, cream are popular. Baseline. 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 Predicate line, separating the subject from the predicate. That was better now. Practice makes perfect. In what way are these two subjects, the compound subject, related? They're related by the conjunction and. Peaches and cream are. What kind of a verb is it? It's a linking verb, or as I prefer to say, an equals verb. So that points back to the subject, since what follows, the adjective popular, is a subject complement. It tells us something more about the subject. Okay. Are popular where? Preposition of place at. At what? Noun. Horizontal. Graduations. Graduations. There we have it. Peaches and cream are popular at graduations. This is our subject. That's our predicate line there. This is our predicate. This is a linking verb. This is an adjective that follows a linking verb, so it must be a predicate adjective. Predicate adjectives are also called subject complements, since it tells us something more about the compound subject. All right. At graduations. This is a phrase. What kind of a phrase? A prepositional phrase, since it begins with a preposition at. At what? At graduations. Graduations is drawn on a horizontal line because it's a noun. And there you have it. It's your turn. Please do enjoy diagramming some compound subjects. Welcome to the next episode / video / lesson. And we're going to do compound predicate adjectives, which sounds, you'll have to admit, it sounds really cool. All the cool kids are diagramming compound predicate adjectives. It's true. That's a lot of syllables, and it sounds very technical, and it is, frankly. And just think of this. What percentage of the world knows what a compound predicate adjective is? I suggest that you, because you know, or will know very soon, are part of the 1%. Think about that. Or the 0.1%. So let's go ahead. Adjectives. Revision. Adjectives. What is an adjective? An adjective is, it's a word, it's a kind of word which modifies, yes, adjectives modify nouns. Can you remember the two types of verbs? According to me, there's the equals verb, or the, yes, everybody else calls it the linking verb, which can be identified by replacing the verb with an equal sign, and if it doesn't really change, then it is an equals verb. And secondly, the action verb. That's right, the action verb. How do we identify action verbs? Well, if we replace the verb with an equal sign and it completely destroys the meaning of the sentence, or in fact makes just nonsense of the sentence, then it is, in fact, an action verb. Great. Predicate adjectives. What is a predicate adjective? A predicate adjective, and it's important to know the definitions, a predicate adjective appears in the predicates, right, and follows a linking verb. So you can only have a predicate adjective in a sentence with a linking verb in it. That's true. Predicate adjectives. Let's have a look at some examples. And remember, we're doing compound predicate adjectives, which is even more complicated. Let's have a look. My sister is intelligent and pretty. Who is my sister? My sister is the subject. Is the classic linking verb, but if we just go through the exercise, we will find that that really doesn't change the meaning very much, if at all. So my sister is. Is a linking verb, so we can't have a direct object. What follows is must be a predicate something, a predicate nominative, noun, or a predicate adjective. And both predicate nominatives and predicate adjectives are subject complements. We'll see how that works out. A subject complement renames, in the case of a noun, nominative, or describes or modifies the subject. Let's have a look. Sister is intelligent, pretty. Okay. I'm going to start off with the baseline. As you can see, we're going to have to split the baseline. Let's start off with the subject. Subject. Predicate line. There's our subject. Sister. Modifier. Which sister? My sister. My sister is what? And this is the important part. What follows are subject complements. So we draw a line that faces back towards the subject, which is being modified. Okay, let's extend the baseline. Now, predicate adjectives can sit on the baseline. That is fine because they're predicate adjectives. They're special. What do we have? We have the subject, we have the predicates, we have a verb or a linking verb. We have two predicate adjectives. Now, how are these two predicate adjectives linked? Answer, they're linked with the conjunction and. So let's draw in that conjunction and. It's a bit messy. I hope you get the idea. Please don't be too angry with me. And my sister is intelligent and pretty. And both my sisters are intelligent and pretty. Very good. Let's have a look at one more or two more. Seoul is vast and populous. Now, again, we have that linking verb. We can replace is with equals, and we will retain the meaning of the sentence. What is? Soul is. Soul is our subject. The rest is the predicate. Vast. Vast is an adjective which follows a linking verb and modifies soul, the subject. And so is populous. So what we have here are two predicate adjectives. Fantastic. Joined by something. Joined by a conjunction. Let's do this. Baseline, soul. Predicate line. We have this line pointing back towards the subject because it follows a linking verb. And it indicate that what follows renames, in the case of a noun, or modifies in some way the preceding subject. Soul is vast. How are these two words related? Answer by the conjunction and. That is amazing, my friends. This is reminding me of the time I applied for my visa and went to the Korean embassy in London for some reason. Anyway, soul is vast and populous. Anything missing? No, that's fine. What do we have here? Answer, subject, linking verb is one predicate adjective, another predicate adjective. In fact, we have a compound predicate adjective. Well done. One more. Another favorite city, Genève. Geneva is cultured and compact. Okay, again, we have the linking verb is. Replace it with an equal sign. The meaning is retained. Geneva equals cultured and compact. Perfect. Subject. What is? Geneva is. Geneva is our subject. The rest is predicate. Cultured is an adjective, as is compact. Okay, we can tell straight away that both of them are predicate adjectives. They're joined by the conjunction and making them compound predicate adjectives. This is so fun, isn't it? And don't we all feel very intelligent? Geneva is. Subject is. Predicate line. Can't have a direct object. No direct object line. No. What we have instead is a line that points back to the subject, indicating that what follows are subject complements. Subject complements. Geneva is cultured compact. How are these two words related? They're related by the conjunction and. How do I do that? Geneva is cultured and compact. There we have it. Your turn now. I hope you enjoy diagramming some very fun compound adjectives. Enjoy. Great. We're continuing our series of compound stuff. And the latest in the series are compound regular old adjectives, not predicate adjectives, which appear in the baseline and which follow a linking verb, is, or any of the visceral verbs. No, these are regular adjectives which modify, not the subject, but what do adjectives modify? Adjectives modify nouns. Where do we diagram nouns? On the baseline or parallel with the baseline. Let's have a look at this sentence and initially diagram it without the conjunction and. Grandmother karate chopped the brutish and hairy Mexican wrestler. I've lived in Mexico for 4.5 years and I haven't as yet met any Mexican wrestlers, for which I am profoundly grateful. Who karate chopped? Answer, grandmother. Grandmother is our subject. The rest is the predicate. The verb is, of course, chopped. Chopped whom or what? Who receives the chop? The answer is the brutish and hairy Mexican wrestler. Okay, great. Let's diagram this as if the and didn't exist. Let's start with the baseline. Grandma is the subject. Let's divide using the predicate line. This is our subject, this is our predicates. This is our verb. Chopped what or whom? Who receives the chop? Answer, the wrestler. The wrestler is the direct object. Modifiers. Which grandma? Just grandma. What kind of chop? A karate chop. Karate te, chopped. Wrestler, modifiers. The brutish, hairy Mexican. Let's do this. The brutish, hairy Mexican. Ooh, quite a list here of, what kind of words are these? Mexican. What kind of words are these that modify a noun? What kind of words modify nouns? Well, the is a determiner or an article, but the rest, brutish, hairy, Mexican, are all adjectives. Now, we diagram compound adjectives the same way we diagrammed compound adverbs. Let's do this. Dash, dash, dash. What conjunction joins them? Answer and. A-N-D. Grandma chopped, karate chopped even, the brutish and hairy Mexican wrestler. There we have it. Subject, verb, direct object, subject, predicate, modifiers. Adverb, determiner, article. Adjective, 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 compound adjective. Great job. Let's have a look at this. The old but dignified cowboys cornered the runaway cattle. True story. Who cornered? Answer, the old but dignified cowboys. That's our subject. The rest, cornered the runaway cattle, is our predicate. Let's diagram this. Cowboys cornered cattle. Let's start with the baseline. Predicate line. Cornered what? Subject, verb, what? The answer is our direct object. So we've got our subject, got the verb, got the direct object. This side is the predicate. Which cowboys? Determiner. Article, the old, dignified, now, how are these two, what kind of words are these? Old, dignified? They are, of course, adjectives because they're modifying a noun. The old but dignified. It's not the famous conjunction and, but it is another conjunction. So we diagram it the same way that we diagram compound adverbs or any other common or garden compound adjectives. Old but. So there you have it. The old but dignified cowboys cornered cattle. What cattle? The runaway cattle. What kind of word is cattle? It is a noun. The is an article. Runaway, in this case, is, since it modifies a noun, is an adjective. So well done. It's your turn to diagram some compound adjectives. I hope you enjoy. Okay, for revision and for practice and to break new ground, we're going to continue with our series on compound stuff. But first, as always, before the revision, let's revise. What are the two types of verbs? According to me, the equals verb, or yes, everybody else calls it the linking verb, and the action verb. Those are the two types of verbs. Adverbs. What do adverbs do? Amongst other things, adverbs modify verbs. Okay. We're going to look specifically today at diagramming compound modifiers, even more specifically, diagramming compound adverbs. Adverbs are modifiers. Where do we put modifiers? In the order in which they appear in a sentence, underneath the word they modify, on a diagonal line facing towards the right. Okay, let's have a look at this sentence. The bald man drove the muscle car quickly and furiously. You might have seen some of the movies. Okay, who drove? The bald man. The bald man is our subject. The rest is the predicate. Drove what? Subject, verb, what? The answer is the muscle car. That's our direct object. But how did he drive the muscle car? The answer is quickly and furiously. Now, we can easily identify many of the adverbs by looking at the ending ly at the end of most words, indicate that they are adverbs. How did he drive? He drove quickly and furiously. Right. We're going to diagram the sentence, ignoring the and to begin with. Man drove car. Okay. We've got our subject, man, or the bald man. And let's start doing that. Baseline, horizontal. Let's start with the baseline. Let's start with the baseline. Good. Subject, man. The rest of the sentence is the predicates divided by the predicate line. Man drove what? Man drove car. Car is our direct object. Okay. Verb. Which man? The man. What kind of man? The bald man. Garibaldi. The bald man drove what kind of car? The car. The muscle car. Muscle car. Now, how did he drive? Adverb. How did he drive? Let's ignore the and for the meantime. Quickly. And, ignoring the and. Furiously. Okay, good. The bald man drove the muscle car quickly, furiously. Now, how are quickly and furiously related? They're related via a dash line. No, well, they're related via the word and, the conjunction and, which we represent on a horizontal line, which joins the two adverbs for the sake of convenience. I think this is the easiest way to do it, and it's pretty clear. So we can see at a glance the subject, predicates, the verb, the direct object, the modifiers, and how the two adverbs are related. Well done. The bald man drove the muscle car quickly and furiously. Very good. Another sentence. The armies fought long and hard. Who fought? The armies. The armies is our subject. The rest of the sentence is our predicate. The armies fought what? Ah, it does not say. We do not have a direct object. But we do know how they fought. They fought long and hard. Ah, they're two adverbs, but they don't end with ly. Adverbs don't always end with ly, but often they do. Let's have a look at how to diagram that sentence. Armies fought. Rather, let's start with the baseline. Subject and verb is separated by the predicate line. Verb, predicate. Now, these letters here are just for illustration. They have nothing to do with the sentence diagramming apart to illustrate. Okay, so which armies? Answer, modifier, determiner, article, definite article. The armies fought. How did they fight? They fought, modifier, long, adverb, and, hard. Long and hard. What is the relationship between these two adverbs? The answer is the conjunction, ... joining the two modifiers, and. So, at a glance, we can see our modifiers, adverbs, subject, predicate, verb. It's all there. The armies fought long and hard. Well done. Let's do another one. The mouse crept along slowly but steadily. Ooh, interesting. Who or what crept? The answer is the mouse. The mouse is our subject. The verb is crept. Very good. Crept what? That doesn't even make sense, but there's no answer. So there is no direct object. But we do know how the mouse crept. So let's begin by diagramming that. Mouse crept. What do we need? We need the baseline and the subject predicate divider line or the predicate line. Our subject, verb, predicate. Which mouse? Answer, article, determiner, modifier, the. The mouse crept. Crept how or where? Or to where? crept along. How did it creep along? The answer is slowly but steadily. Again, we have our words ending ly, which are telltale signs that they are adverbs. Slowly. I keep forgetting. Slowly. Steadily. I'm thinking of doing a course on how to do cursive, how to write cursive, but I think I need more practice. Now, the question is, how are slowly and steadily related? By what word? By conjunction, that is not and. By conjunction, but. B-U-T. So, the mouse crept along slowly but steadily. Everything is in its order, more or less. We can tell subject from verb from predicate very easily, and we can see our adverbs clearly, modifying the verb crept, and our other modifier the, which is a determiner, and the definite article, etc., etc. So well done. So it's your turn. I hope you enjoy diagramming. Well done in getting this far. Excellent. Keep on going. You will master this whole sentence business and sentence diagramming business. Now we're going to look at compound indirect objects, partially because that's useful in itself and partially for revision. We're all about revision, so let's revise. What is a direct object? What does it do and how do we identify it? What does it do? It receives the action of the verb. How do we identify it? We ask a question. The question is subject, verb, what? If there is an answer to that question, the answer is the direct object. If there is no answer, then there is no direct object, which is fine. Remember that only action verbs can have direct objects, but not all action verbs have direct objects. Let's have a look. Indirect object. What is an indirect object? What does it do? And how might we identify it? An indirect object receives the direct object. How do we identify it? We ask the following question. Subject, verb, what? To whom or for whom? We ask the following question. Subject, verb, what? And then to whom and or for whom? How do we diagram an indirect object? The same way we would diagram a prepositional phrase. Since a prepositional phrase must start with one of two prepositions, to or for, then it's diagrammed as a prepositional phrase from the action verb. Great. Let's have a look at an example sentence. My mother gave matches to her children and grandchildren, which is probably not very wise, depending on the children and grandchildren, but it seems rather foolhardy. Anyway, subject. Who gave? My mother gave. The rest, my mother is the subject, the rest is the predicate. Direct object. How do we identify it? We ask subject, verb, what? My mother gave what? My mother gave matches. Matches is the direct object. How do we identify the indirect object? We identify the indirect object by asking subject, verb, what? To whom or for whom? Great. All right, let's do this. Subject, mother. Mother gave matches. Subject, mother. We separate the subject from the predicate by the predicate line. Mother gave matches. Whose mother? My mother. Let's do that. We diagram modifiers on a line, diagonal line facing to the right beneath the word it modifies. Great. My mother gave matches. Now, matches, what kind of a word is that? It's a direct object in the sentence, so we diagram that with a vertical, or in my case, almost vertical line separating the verb from the direct object. How do we diagram the indirect object? The answer is in the same way you would diagram whatever common or garden prepositional phrase. To whom? So we start with the preposition to, from the verb, great. To. It's the beginning of the phrase. To whom? To. We'll split this up. Now, children and grandchildren are both nouns. So they should be diagrammed on horizontal lines parallel to the baseline. To children. Great. And grandchildren. Just enough space there. Apologies for the writing. Now, what relationship does children have to grandchildren? Let's have a look. Children and grandchildren. Great. So we draw the conjunction and on a dashed horizontal line. I'm going to try to draw this vertically. Let's see if I can. Wow, that is amazing. How do I do that? To children and grandchildren. Any modifiers to consider? Got my. To her children and grandchildren. Great. Her. Again, diagrammed on a diagonal line facing to the right underneath the word which the modifier modifies. Mother gave matches. What do we have here? Subject, mother. Give, verb, the beginning of the predicate. Give what? Give matches, direct object. Modifier, my mother. Give matches to whom or for whom. That's our that's our indirect object. To her children and grandchildren. What type of word is and? Great, another sentence. I donated £10 to the Samaritans and St. Vincent de Paul. Subject, who donated? I donated. I is the subject. The rest of the sentence is the predicate. Subject verb what? I donated £10. The direct object is £10. Subject verb what? To whom or for whom? The answer is to the Samaritans and St. Vincent de Paul. Great. That's our indirect object. Let's go ahead and do this. I donated pounds. Let's draw the baseline, horizontal line. Let's draw the predicate line separating the subject from the predicate. Great. I donated pounds. Subject, predicate. Pounds. I donated what? I donated pounds. That's our direct object. That's a better line this time around. How many pounds? Modifier. £10. Okay, we don't have much space. Let's scroll up a bit. Subject, verb, what? To whom or for whom? The answer is to the Samaritans and St. Vincent de Paul. We diagram this below the verb as we would diagram a prepositional phrase. To Samaritans and St. Vincent de Paul. Two Samaritans. Samaritans. That's almost on the line. You get the idea. Those lines aren't supposed to be touching, sorry. Two Samaritans, St. Vincent de Paul. SVDP. All right. What relation do the Samaritans have to St. Vincent de Paul? The conjunction and. Let's try to draw this vertically. Wow, that's amazing. Great. Any modifiers? 10 and the. Great. I donated £10 to the Samaritans and St. Vincent de Paul. We can see at a glance that pounds is to the right of the direct object line and is our direct object. We can see the modifiers and we can see the indirect object, which is a compound indirect object this time to the Samaritans and St. Vincent de Paul. Congratulations. Excellent. We have brought order from the chaos. Another sentence to consider. I played the guitar for the President and the Prime Minister. Who played? I played. I is the subject. The rest of the sentence is the predicate. Great. I played what? I played the guitar. The guitar is our direct object. Subject verb what? To whom or for whom? That's our indirect object. And the answer to that question is for the President and the Prime Minister. Okay, let's have a look at this. I played guitar. I do play guitar, but not very well. Baseline, predicate line, direct object line. So here we have our subject, predicate, verb, direct object. I played guitar for whom or to whom? The answer is, this time, the preposition for begins the phrase. For. For president. President and Prime Minister. The nouns go on the horizontal line. Now, how are President and Prime Minister related? By conjunction. And. Prime Minister. Any modifiers? Which guitar? The guitar. Which president? The president. And Prime Minister. I think that's all. Let's have a look. The Prime Minister. Modifier, the. Okay, at a glance we can see the modifiers, the, and we can see the subject, the predicate, P for predicate, verb, direct object, and the indirect object for the President and the Prime Minister. Excellent, well done. Okay, now it's your turn to do the exercises, so enjoy them, and I'll see you on the other side. Welcome to the next lesson. Make yourself at home. We're going to do some revision. Big surprise. Excellent. Direct object. What is a direct object? What does it do? How do you identify it? Well, you identify it by asking subject, verb, what? What does it do? It receives the action of the verb. Therefore, it can only follow action verbs. Great. What about an indirect object? What does it do? It receives something. It receives the direct object. How do you identify an indirect object? You ask subject, verb, direct object, to whom or for whom. Very good. Now, how do you diagram compound stuff? Well, you basically draw a triangle on its side with two horizontal lines proceeding from the tips of the triangle, and you join the furthest edges of the triangle with a dotted line upon which you draw the conjunction. What is a conjunction? A conjunction is a special word which joins together somehow two phrases or just two separate words. Great. Now, we're going to look at the compound direct object. So let's just skip into that joyfully. The compound direct object. The compound direct object. Fantastic. The sentence is, my uncle dropped the teapot and the penguin. Aha. Well, we already know what to do. We know how to identify the subject and the verb. So let's just jump in. Who dropped? Uncle dropped. Great. Uncle dropped what? Uncle dropped teapot, penguin. Let's do this. So far, so good. What's missing here? Predicate line. Now, here we can put our direct object line. It's a little bit clearer that way. We can see that teapot and penguin are both the direct objects, compound direct objects, of the verb dropped. One action verb, two nouns upon which the action verb acts. Okay, qualifiers modifiers. Whose uncle? My uncle. Dropped which teapot? The teapot. Which penguin? The penguin. Now, how are these direct objects related? They're related via the conjunction and. So we draw that on the vertical line joining the two parts of the triangle. That's it. That's the direct object. You probably knew that already, but we're just doing some practice and you'll be able to recognize things a little bit more easily. Okay, great. The little girls sang country songs and the music of Justin Bieber. Subject. Who sang? The girls sang. Verb is sang, of course. Subject, verb, what? Subject, verb, songs. Subject, verb, music. Let's diagram the bits that we know how to diagram already. Baseline. What is the name of the line that separates subject from predicate? The predicate line. Subject, predicate. Girls sang what? Girls sang direct object songs, direct object music. Now, by putting one direct object here, one direct object line, we can make things a little bit neater looking. Girls sang songs, music. Now, how are these two direct objects joined? They're joined by a conjunction. The conjunction. Number 1, songs and music. All right, let's put in the qualifiers. Which girls? Answer the girls. What kind of girls? Little girls sang songs. What kind of songs? Answer country songs. Great. Girls sang songs and country songs and music. The little girls sang country songs and music. The music of Justin Bieber. Okay. Which music? Answer article, the music. But we have a phrase here which modifies music. An adjective modifying a noun can be just one word, or indeed it can be a phrase. This phrase starts with a preposition. The preposition is of. The music of Justin Bieber. Of Justin Bieber. Preposition of. Noun, Justin Bieber. Great, so there we have it. Okay, let's have a look at another sentence. The rotund mailman ate pies and cruciferous vegetables. Who ate pies and cruciferous vegetables? The rotund mailman. That is our subject. The rest of the sentence, ate pies and cruciferous vegetables, are our, yes, it's the predicate. So let's diagram the bits that we know. Mailman ate pies veg. Which mailman? The mailman. Let's draw our baseline. Who ate? Mailman ate. Separating the subject and the predicate is the predicate line. What did the mailman eat? He ate. Direct object, subject, verb, direct object. Pies. He ate pies and veg. Which mailman? The mailman. Article, determiner. Ate what? Ate pies and vegetables. Lack of room there. What kind of vegetables? The best kind. Cruciferous. Cruciferous vegetables. Excellent. There we go. Compound direct object. Oh, we're forgetting one thing. Conjunction. How are these two direct objects compound direct objects? Joined. They're joined by a conjunction called and. Excellent. Well done. I'll see you in the next video. Congratulations. We're at the next lesson. Let's do some revision. What are the two types of verbs? AV, action verbs, and equals verbs, or as everyone else in the world says, linking verbs. Now, direct object. How do we identify the direct object, or what is the direct object's function? The direct object receives the action of the verb. All right, very good. We can find the direct object by asking subject, verb, what? Subject, verb, what? Let's have a look at a couple of sentences. Oh, I baked cookies and fought killer penguins. What we have here is a compound predicate with two action verbs, baked and fought, each with their own direct object. So let's see how this is going to work out. Let's have a look. As before, we have a compound predicate and we must split up the baseline. Let's begin with our baseline. Baseline. Predicate line. All right, let's split this up. Bum, bum. Bada boom, bada bing. There we have direct object. What does a direct object do? It receives the action of the verb. I baked what received the action of baking, cookies. I fought what received the action of fighting, the penguins. Good. Now, how do we identify the direct object? We ask subject, verb, what? Subject, verb, what? Subject, verb, what? I baked what? I baked cookies. I fought what? I fought penguins. All right, let's do this. I baked cookies. Do we remember how to diagram the direct object? That's right, with a direct object line, which divides the subject from the direct object. It's vertical, and it does not intersect, but it rather touches, simply touches the baseline. I fought what? I fought penguins. What kind of penguins? Ah, killer penguins. Of course, naturally. It was on the tip of your tongue. I baked cookies. Ah, one thing's missing. What's the relationship between the top predicate, the top verb, and the bottom verb? Well, it's expressed in a special type of word, which is called that's right, a conjunction. I baked cookies and fought penguins. Killer penguins, in fact. Let's look at the second one. She ran the 100 meters and played hockey for my school. Excellent. So, who ran and played? She ran. She is the subject. Predicate is the rest of the sentence. Ran and played. We have the and here, two verbs. Ran, played, both action verbs. So let's begin to diagram this out. Starting with the baseline. She ran. She played. Okay. What's missing here? The predicate line. Subject, predicates. To identify the direct object, we ask subject, verb, what? She ran what? She ran the 100 meters. Let's draw in our direct object line there. Qualifier, which 100 meters? The answer is the or the 100 meters. Great. She played what? Subject, verb, what? To identify the direct object, she played hockey. Direct object line. Ah, but we have something else. How are these two verbs related? They're related by the conjunction and. She ran the 100 meters and played hockey. Subject, verb, what is how we identify the direct object, but we identify the indirect object by asking subject, verb, direct object to whom or for whom. She played hockey for whom? For school. For my school. Let's have a look. For school. For preposition to begin the prepositional phrase. For whom? For noun. For school. Prepositional phrases always end with nouns. For whose school? For my school. So there we have it. We have a subject, a compound predicate with our verb and direct object, modifiers here underneath. And we also have the same thing here, verb, direct object, but subject, verb, direct object for whom or to whom, for my school. We also have an indirect object. So well done. Excellent. Let's move on to the next sentence, shall we? Okay, wow, this is a great sentence. The woman knitted gloves and chewed sweets. Wonderful. The woman knitted gloves and chewed sweets. Who knitted gloves and chewed sweets? Subject, the woman. Knitted gloves and chewed sweets. The rest of the sentence is our predicate. There are two verbs. These verbs are joined by the conjunction and. Let's diagram this up, shall we? Subject, women. Baseline, predicate line. Split baseline, 1 and 2. Which woman? Answer, modifier, the, article, determiner. Women, let's just join those. They're joined together there somehow. Pardon me. Subject, verb, what? To identify the direct object. Subject, verb, what? Women knitted what? Women knitted gloves. Direct object line. Subject, verb, what? Answer, women knitted gloves. Gloves is our direct object. Subject, verb, what? Women chewed what? Women chewed sweets. Sweets is our direct object. Verb. Now, how are these two verbs, how is the compound predicate related to each part? By the conjunction and. Let's draw and in there. Knitted gloves and chewed sweets. Isn't that wonderful? Doesn't that fill your heart with joy? Well, I hope it does. And compound predicates with their own respective direct objects, and sometimes even an indirect object as well. Pretty nice, eh? Okay, well done. I mean it, well done. Well, hello and welcome to the next video / lesson / episode of this sentence diagramming course, and we are undeniably learning a lot of stuff. You've really come ahead in just a few short hours. Now, please watch the videos as many times as you need to. I won't grow tired, don't worry. All right, so let's do some revision first. What is a sentence? How do we define a sentence? A sentence is a CT, a complete thought. Very good. Sentence is a complete thought. We feel it when we know it isn't complete. What are the two types of verbs? Two types of verbs are action verbs and equals verbs, or as the rest of the world says, linking verbs. That's correct. Now, how do we distinguish the two types of verbs? We use the equals test. If we replace the verb with an equal sign and it still makes sense and retains its meaning, then it is an equals verb, or, yes, that's right, linking verb. But if it loses its meaning, if it completely means a different thing, then it's an action verb. We're going to cover a distinct topic this time, the start of a series of compound stuff. So this section is compound stuff, I suppose. So it says the man screamed and roared. One man doing two things. It's amazing. Wow, I never knew it was possible. The man screamed and roared. Let's go through the exercise of identifying the subject. How do we identify the subject? We ask who or what, followed by the verb or verbs. Who or what screamed and roared? The answer, the man. The subject is the man. How do we find the predicate? We ask subject what? The man what? The man screamed and roared. Perfect. Okay, let's diagram this out. Baby, let's do it. Now, what you'll notice, of course, is that there's one level here and two levels there. Obviously, it's because one subject, the man, is performing two separate actions. Okay, so how do we cope with this? Well, very simply, we start from what we have of the baseline under the subject, and we split that baseline up to represent the relationship between the two. The man screamed and roared. Okay, and we draw one baseline there, another baseline there. What are we missing? We're missing the predicate line. Let's draw in the predicate line, intersecting the baseline. Okay, the man screamed and roared. The man screamed and roared. Okay, which man? The man. That makes the a modifier and also an article and a determiner. The man screamed, roared. Now, we have to express the relationship between these two verbs, and we do so using a dash line, dash, 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 dash. And upon that line, we write the name of the conjunction. A conjunction is a special type of word which joins two words, or more than one word, together. The man screamed and roared. There we have our diagram. Subject on one side with one thing, and the predicate on the other side with two things, two verbs. And those two verbs are joined by a special type of word. That special type of word is called a conjunction. There we have it. Let's repeat that process so we know how to represent that kind of phrase with a diagram. So, okay, let's have a look at another sentence. The birds ate and sang. How many subjects? Well, it's a plural subject, but there's one subject. Birds, the birds. What ate and sang? The birds ate and sang. Predicates? Oh, the birds what? The birds ate and sang. How many verbs? 2. Now, notice that they're joined together by and again. What's the name we give to that special type of word which joins together 2 words or 2 phrases? The answer is a conjunction. Conjunction. Think of a train junction or a road junction. Okay, so let's have a look at how we might diagram that. Dun, da, da. Who ate and sang? Birds ate and sang. Let's begin by drawing the baseline. Now, we have to split the baseline, remember, because we have a compound predicate, birds. Let's draw in the predicate line. Birds what? Birds ate and sang. Boom. We have 2 baselines there. What's missing? Which birds? Answer, the birds. The is an article, but it's also a determiner. The birds ate and sang. Okay, we have to express the fact that these 2 verbs are related to each other and how they're related to each other. So let's do that. Birds ate and sang. So we put the special type of word. What's the name of that special type of word which joins 2 words or 2 phrases? The answer is A. Begins with C, conjunction. All right, there we have it. It's becoming second nature now. Okay, let's look at another sentence. 12 orange monkeys screamed and roared. Okay. Subject. Who or what screamed and roared? The answer is 12 orange monkeys. Our subject is 12 orange monkeys. Predicate. 12 orange monkeys what? Screamed and roared. Our predicate is screamed and roared. Do you remember how to do this? What's the name of this type of word which joins 2 words or 2 phrases together? It's a conjunction. All right, let's do this. Okay, our subject is 12 orange monkeys. Let's do this. Baseline. We diagram modifiers in the order in which they appear. How many monkeys? 12 monkeys. 12. What do you call a word, the type of word which modifies a noun, such as monkeys? An adjective. All right. How many monkeys? 12 monkeys. What color were the monkeys? Orange monkeys. 2 adjectives. Orange monkeys. Now, we have 12 orange monkeys. What? Screamed and roared. Let's do this. Split the baseline because we have a compound predicate. A compound predicate. Screamed, roared. Now, what's missing here? The predicate line, which intersects the baseline. Fine. 12 orange monkeys screamed and roared. What's the relationship between these 2 verbs? Well, it's expressed in the word and. Screamed and roared. Well done. Let's see you on the other side in the next video. Hello and welcome to the next episode of Learn How to Sentence Diagram. Fantastic. We've learnt about direct objects. Now we want to focus upon indirect objects. Great. But the question is, of course, yes, revision. What is a direct object? Well, a direct object receives the action of a verb. And necessarily that means it receives the action of an action verb because what are the other kinds of verbs? That's right, linking verbs or equals verbs, as I like to say. So a direct object receives the action of a verb. How do we identify a direct object? We ask subject, action verb, what? Or subject verb what? Subject action verb what? I bit the dog. Subject I, action verb bit, what? Dog, the dog. All right, but then moving on. Breaking new ground. By the way, you're still doing well. You're doing really well. Keep going. You can do this. It's hard, yes, but you can do it. Indirect object. What is it? What function does it play? What does it do? How do we identify it? Well, its function is to receive the direct object. An indirect object receives the direct object. How do we identify it? Well, we ask a question. Subject, action, verb, what, to whom or for whom. It's the last part that counts. Subject, action, verb, what, then to whom or for whom. Pretty nifty. All right. How is it diagrammed? Well, we've already seen how it's diagrammed. It's diagrammed in the same way as a prepositional phrase might be diagrammed. Examples, yay, examples, fantastic. I presented the ring to my then girlfriend, true story. Who presented? I presented. Subject, I. The rest of the sentence is the predicate. Verb, presented. I presented what? That gives us our direct object. I presented the ring. The direct object is the ring. To whom or for whom? Answer, to my then girlfriend. The indirect object receives the ring. To my then girlfriend. Girlfriend is the indirect object. Let's have a look at how to diagram this. First of all, let's start with the baseline. Baseline. Subject predicate divider line or predicate line. I presented what? I presented ring. Good job. That's most of our sentence. Any modifiers? I presented the ring. The ring. Which ring? The ring. Determiner, article, modifier in general. The ring. To whom or for whom? Answer, to my then girlfriend. Preposition. Starts with a preposition. To whom? Answer, to girlfriend. 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 All right. To whose girlfriend? To my girlfriend. At what particular time? My then girlfriend. Very good. Anything left over? I don't think so. I presented the ring to my then girlfriend. I, subject, presented. Verb, action verb. I presented what? I presented ring, the ring. Direct object. To whom or for whom? Answer, to girlfriend. To which girlfriend? To my then girlfriend. Very good. Pat yourself on the back. Itchy nose. All right, great. Let's have a look at the sentence. I bought a long gun for my Swiss best friend. Who bought? I bought. Subject, I. The rest of the sentence is the predicate. I bought what? I bought gun. Good. To whom or for whom was the gun bought? Answer, for my Swiss best friend. For friend. Friend is the indirect object. Friend is the indirect object which receives the direct object. Boom. Let's go ahead and diagram this, shall we? Okay, let's diagram this, shall we? I bought gun. Who bought? I bought. I bought what? I bought gun. We've got our subject and the rest of the sentence, the predicate, and our direct object. Predicate line. Direct object. I bought what? I bought gun. What kind of a gun? Answer, a gun. What kind of a gun? A long gun. To identify the indirect object, we ask to whom or for whom. Answer, to friend. To, preposition, friend. Which friend? To my friend. What kind of friend? Swiss. My Swiss friend. Oops. My Swiss what friend? My Swiss best friend. What kind of friend? My Swiss best friend. I bought a long gun. It's not to, it's for. My mistake. For my Swiss best friend. Perfect. Excellent. Let's have a look at another example. This is true. I have never bought a long gun for anybody because they're too expensive. And the Swiss have them anyway because of the military service. But this is true. I collect used tea bags for my Californian red worms. I collect what? I collect tea bags. Got our subject, verb, and direct object. To whom or for whom? Answer, for worms. let's go ahead and diagram this. Baseline, I collect bags. Predicate line. Direct object, I collect bags. What kind of bags? Used bags. I also collect coffee, used coffee grounds, but they don't really like them that well. Used, what kind of bags? Tea bags. There we have it. Just need to do our indirect object. I collect bags to whom or for whom. Answer for what? For who? Worms. Lovely worms. For what? For my California. My, where they're from, Californian. What color of worms? Red worms. I collect used tea bags for my Californian red worms. I hope you find that edifying. It's your turn now. Excellent. Have fun. Don't get frustrated. Just do it again. Look at the lesson again. Start from the beginning again. That's all right. Keep going. You can do it. Hello. Welcome to the next episode. We're going to be looking at prepositional phrases. We're looking at prepositional phrases because we need to know how to diagram a prepositional phrase before we tackle the indirect object, because they are diagrammed in more or less the same way. Now, question, what is a preposition? Well, a preposition is a word that can be used to describe the relationship between, for example, a squirrel and a tree. Think of this squirrel going around the tree, up the tree, down the tree, being on the tree, under the tree, beside the tree, etc., etc. So in, of, from, under, over, through, etc., etc., etc. Or other people say, think of the relationship between a bird and a cloud. Again, under, over, through, beside, around. But what is a phrase? Answer, a phrase is a part of a sentence containing either no subject or no verb, or neither subject nor verb. Clauses contain both subjects and verbs, as we'll see later on, but phrases, unlike clauses, contain either no subject or no verb, or neither subject nor verb. Prepositional phrase, what is it? How can we pick them out? How can we identify them? Well, a prepositional phrase begins with a preposition, hence its name, preposition, and always ends with a noun or pronoun. Let's have a look at examples of prepositional phrases. Not a whole sentence, just the prepositional phrase. In the tree. Okay, definition says that a prepositional phrase begins with a preposition. In, let's think of the squirrel, the tree, or the bird and the cloud. Yes, that's a preposition. Ends with tree. Tree is a, yes, that's right, tree is a noun. In the tree. Question, how do you diagram a prepositional phrase? Okay, let's have a look at this phrase, in the tree. First of all, let's diagram tree. Tree wouldn't be on the baseline, but it would be on a line parallel to the baseline. What do we do with the preposition? Well, we start with the preposition and we draw it on a slant. 2. Tree. Which tree? Answer, modifier, the tree. It's an article and a determiner. So we begin with the preposition, that's right. The preposition connects to the noun, tree, and then we place any modifiers or modifying phrases under the noun, in this case, that it modifies. Okay. Through the day. Through the day. How might we modify this phrase? Let's start with a line parallel, but not on the baseline. Great. Day, noun. Think of the bird and the cloud, or the squirrel and the tree. Through, yes, through is a preposition, so let's draw through. You'll notice it's a diagonal line, and you'll notice the line goes beyond the line parallel to the baseline. Through day. Through which day? Through the day. Whoops. The day. We start with the preposition, as the phrase starts with the preposition through. Then the day, which is the object of the preposition, through day. And then we add any modifiers that might modify day or that noun. Okay. One last one. On the shelf. How might we diagram on the shelf? Let's see. Let's begin with a line parallel to the baseline. Shelf. Preposition. On. The preposition is drawn as any other modifier might be drawn. On what? On shelf. Which shelf? Answer, the shelf. There we have your third example. Let's do some revision. What is a preposition? Think of the bird and the cloud. Think of the squirrel and the tree. Yes, that's right. Any word which can be used to describe the relationship between a squirrel and a tree, or, another example, a bird and a cloud. Good enough for me. A phrase. What is a phrase? Well, it either contains a subject but no verb, or verb without a subject, or neither subject nor verb. What is a prepositional phrase? Well, a prepositional phrase is a phrase which begins with a preposition and contains, like any phrase, neither subject or else no verb, or neither subject nor verb. Also, a prepositional phrase always begins with a preposition and always ends with a noun. Second round of examples, this time with sentences. I'm sitting on the dock of the bay. All right, very good. A classic. Who's sitting? I'm. I is the subject. Verb, sitting. Great. So that's our subject with a preposition. And we have not one, but two prepositional phrases. On the dock of the bay. Let's have a look. I'm sitting. Let's draw the baseline. Baseline. Who's sitting? I'm sitting. I'm sitting. The verb is sitting. I am sitting. It's a present continuous verb. Remember that verbs in English can include up to 6 letters, up to 6 words. I'm sitting. Where am I sitting? Answer. On, preposition, dock, noun. On dock. Which dock? The dock. Which dock? Of what? Of bay. Of bay. We're running out of space. Yeah, we're running out of space there. You'll have to imagine the Y. Of which dock? Of dock. Of dock of the bay. T-H-E. There we go. Bit stressed for space, but that's fine. I'm sitting on dock, the dock of the bay. Very good. Jonah lived in the belly of the whale. Who lived? Answered, Jonah lived. Good. Jonah is the subject. The verb is lived. In the belly of the whale. It's quite common to have 2 prepositional phrases together. In the belly of the whale. Let's diagram that. Baseline. Predicate line. Subject predicate. Where did he live? In belly of whale. Which whale? The whale. Jonah lived where? In, beginning with a preposition, ending with a noun, as all such prepositional phrases do. In which belly? In the belly. Sorry, we're a bit cramped here. In the belly. Another prepositional phrase of what? Noun, whale. Which whale? Answer, the whale. Very good. Jonah lived in the belly of the whale. Pardon my writing. Last one. Edmund, Hillary, was on top of the world. Okay, let's think about how to diagram this particular phrase. We've got our baseline, Edmund was. Who was? Edmund was. Edmund is the subject. Predicate line, was. Was is that's right, it's an equals verb, so we must diagram that appropriately. Pointing back to the subject, Edmund. On top of the world does not tell us about location. It functions rather as an adjective. the whole phrase as an adjective. We're introducing this now. We'll explain a little bit more about it later on, but don't worry too much. The baseline is only for nouns, verbs, and adjectives. If it's a predicate, adjectives. An entire phrase can function as an adjective, as we will see. Okay, top is a noun. We draw a line parallel to, but not touching, of course, the baseline. We must draw this on stilts to keep it away from the baseline. Preposition. On top, another phrase, modifier, the top, prepositional phrase of what? Of world. Which world? Only one, the world. Edmund was on top of the world. It's a little bit advanced for this stage, but don't worry, it's just to introduce it. Don't worry, don't panic, don't sweat. So we now know how to diagram a prepositional phrase, and we've introduced phrases above the line a little bit early, but that's fine. Okay, time for you to do some exercises. Hope you enjoy them. Welcome back. This is the next lesson. Great. We're making great progress. We have covered so much ground. What I want to look at in this episode, video, lesson, is the direct object. Now, we're not going to explain what a direct object is right now, but that's what we're going to do. Before that, of course, we're going to do some revision. We're going to review. So, question, what is a sentence? That's right, CT. A sentence is a complete thought. If it's not a complete thought, if it's missing something, then we call it a sentence fragment, SF. A sentence should be a complete thought. If it is not, if it is missing one of the two necessary parts of a sentence, it is a sentence fragment. Very good. Now, revision. The two parts of a sentence, what are they? You need both of them. What are they? SP. The subject and the predicate. This is important stuff. You will thank me for going over this again and again and again. It's what we all have to do just to learn it. Simple as that. You will thank me. Hopefully, you will thank me in a review. Please leave a review. That would be so helpful. All right. So, how do we identify the two necessary parts of a sentence? The subject. What do? We ask a question. We ask who or what, followed by the verb. The dog barks. Who barks? The dog. The dog is the subject. How do we identify the predicate? What question do we ask? Yes. We ask subject what? The dog what? The answer is the dog barks. What is the predicate of that sentence? Barks. The predicate must contain one type of word. What type of word must it always contain? The answer is a verb. It must always contain a verb. Now, other things that we've just covered. Nouns. What is a noun? Sustantivo. Noun. What is a noun? A noun is a person, place, thing, or idea. It's a person, place, thing, or idea. A person, Donald Trump. It's a place, Dubrovnik. It's a thing, Clamp. It's an idea, hatred. Okay, they can be real things, tangible things, visible things, or they can be fictional things. But nevertheless, nouns are people, places, things, or ideas. All right. Nouns, adjectives. What do adjectives do? Adjectives modify something. They modify one type of thing, one type of word. Adjectives modify nouns. Correct. Very good. Adverbs add something to a verb. They do other things, but for the meantime, we're going to say that adverbs modify verbs. They add something to the verb. They do a couple of other things as well. Very versatile. Now, let's get to the main course, the direct object. Great, the direct object. What is a direct object? Well, we're about to find out, and we're going to use a sample sentence, and the sample sentence is, wow, that is amazing. I like that sample sentence. It is very good. I caught the ball. Fantastic. Let's do our thing, shall we? Subject. Who or what, followed by the verb. Who caught? What caught? The answer is I caught. The subject is I. Let's do this. I, dot, dot, space, space, space. How do we identify the predicate? We ask subject what? I, what? I caught. Great. Now, we have this part diagrammed. Well, not really. We've got it in a line. Let's go ahead and diagram that and revise some stuff. Do you remember what the different parts are called? All right, let's look at this here. Okay, so we need a horizontal line, and we need a vertical line, which intersects the horizontal line. Do you remember the name of the horizontal line? It's the baseline, B-A-S-E, not bomb the base. All right, I caught. What's this vertical line called that separates the subject from the predicate? What's it called? It's called, of course, a predicate line. Very good, predicate line. Baseline, predicate line. Now, I've left a little space at the end here. All right, we're going to have a look at that. I caught the ball. We're going to slide back and think about direct objects. What is a direct object? Definition time. A direct object receives the action of the verb. A direct object receives the action of a verb. It receives the what? It receives the action of the verb. So only action verbs, only action verbs can receive the action of a verb because there is no action with, what are they called? Equals verbs, or as the rest of the world says, linking verbs. Only an action verb can have a direct object in it. Okay, what is a direct object? A direct object receives the action of the verb. A direct object what? A direct object receives the action of the verb. Great. Now you know. Let's have a look at this sentence again. Oh dear. What was the definition of a direct object again? What was it? Oh dear, what was it? Yes, I know. A direct object receives the action of the verb. Okay, the action of the verb is caught. The action is catching. What receives the action of catching? The answer is the ball. Now, again, the baseline. There are only 3 types of words that can exist on the baseline. They are, first of all, nouns such as I, and verbs such as caught. Okay, ball can go on the baseline, but the can't. The modifies ball. Let's have a look at that. Okay, first of all, how do we distinguish the direct object from the rest of the sentence? By the direct object line. Now, the direct object line is a vertical line, like the predicate line, but it does not intersect the baseline. It follows the verb, doesn't intersect the baseline, and is vertical. Good. So let's do this. I caught what? I caught the ball. Okay, I caught space, 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 ball. I caught ball. That leaves us the letter the. That modifies what? Modifies the ball. How do we diagram modifiers? Where do they go? They go underneath the word which they modify in a diagonal line facing to the right. And we write the modifier upon that line. What a thing of beauty. I caught ball there. Fantastic. Excellent. What's the subject in that sentence? We can easily see it's to the left of the predicate line. Great, it's I. Okay, what's the subject? The subject is to the left of the predicate line. Subject is I. What's the predicate? Caught caught the ball. The verb is just immediately to the right. What's the direct object? Well, it's just to the right of the direct object line. Ball. Fantastic. We can very simply, very easily see what's what. Are there any modifiers? Yes, they're below the baseline underneath the word which they modify. Excellent. We have it in a nutshell. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Bit of revision. What is the direct object? What does it do? The answer is the direct object receives the action of the verb. What does a direct object do? It receives the action of the verb. Okay, so again, the direct object receives the action of the verb. Very good. Now, how do we ascertain what the direct object is? Well, we ask another question. The question this time is subject, verb, what? By the way, if there is no answer to the question subject, verb, what, if it just does not make sense, then there is no direct object, and that's perfectly fine. There does not need to be a direct object. Okay, so how do we ascertain what the direct object is? We ask subject, verb, followed by what? How do we find the direct object? We ask the question subject, verb, what? Nice, let's go on. Another sentence. This is an excellent sentence. He kicked the chocolate penguin. It's a very useful phrase if you're not a native speaker of English. You might want to memorize that. He kicked the chocolate penguin. How do we find the subject? We ask who or what, followed by the verb. Who or what kicked? The answer is he kicked. He is our subject. He. Fine. Space, space, space. How do we find the predicate? We ask subject what? He, what? He kicked the chocolate penguin. The predicate is kicked the chocolate penguin. Okay, here's our sentence. He kicked the chocolate penguin. We've got the subject, we've got the verb. But what receives in this sentence? What receives the action of kicking? The chocolate? No, that isn't a noun in this case. The is not a noun either. Penguin. Yes, penguin is the noun. He kicked what? He kicked what? He kicked penguin. Let's write that noun beside there. How can we identify, if we're not sure, how may we identify the direct object? We can identify the direct object by asking subject, verb, what? Subject, verb, what? He kicked what? He kicked penguin. Excellent. Now, let's diagram this. We need the horizontal line. The horizontal line is called, do we remember what it's called? It's called the baseline. Baseline, wonderful. Okay, well, we need this line, which separates the subject from the predicate. It is called the predicate line. We also, since this is the direct object, we need to draw this line, which does not intersect. It's meant to be vertical. It's like a little tree, and it touches the baseline. There we go. What is the name of the line which what is the name of the line which separates the verb from the direct object? It's called the direct object line, the DO line. Fine. Now, do we have any words left over? Yes, the and chocolate. What do the words the and chocolate modify? They modify the word penguin. Where do we write modifiers? We write modifiers underneath the word which they modify on a diagonal line facing to the right. In the order in which they appear. Which penguin? The penguin. A little determiner, a little article. Good. In order of appearance. What kind of penguin? Ah, the chocolate penguin. Chocolate, in this case, is a word which modifies a noun. What is the name of a word which modifies a noun? You guessed it. It's an adjective. It's an adjective. There we go. Another thing of beauty. I think you'll agree. Let's try one or two more sentences to practice our newfound skill. Billy threw the baseball. Very American. I hope you Americans are pleased with my nod to American culture. Wonderful. Now, subject. How do we find the subject? We ask who or what, verb. Who or what threw? Billy threw. Billy is our subject. Boom. Billy. 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 Space. Billy, what? Subject, what? That is our predicate, the beginning of our predicate. Threw the baseball. Ah, Now we're in direct object territory. The direct object receives the what? Receives the action of the verb. What receives the action of throwing? The baseball. Now, only nouns and verbs and something else can go on the baseline. What's the noun between the and baseball? Well, it's a baseball. Billy threw baseball. Okay, now we need to draw our diagram lines. This mad-looking line here, pretty nice. It's the baseline, B-A-S-E. This is the predicate line. This is the D-O, the direct object line. Great. So we now know at a glance the subject. We know the predicate through baseball. We know what the direct object is. We've got all bases. we've got all bases. We've got everything covered there except the. The is a modifier. It's an article. It's a determiner. It tells us which something, which baseball. The answer is the baseball. How do we diagram modifiers? Underneath the baseline, connected to the word it modifies, and drawn on that diagonal line which faces to the right. And there it is. Billy threw the baseball. All right. Let's try one more and see if you can get it this time before I do. Okay, here we have another sentence. Yes, I often asked him. Let's do this one by one, starting with the subject. Who or what asked? I asked. I asked. Okay, I is our subject. Subject what? This gives us our predicate, the beginning of the predicate. I asked. Okay, so how do we find the direct object? We ask subject, verb, what or whom. Subject, verb, what or whom. I asked whom? I asked him. Our direct object is him. All right. Let's draw the lines. Let's draw the lines. One horizontal line. It's a baseline, B-A-S-E. The predicate line, which intersects that line, and the line separating the verb from the direct object in the predicate is called the direct object line. This leaves us with the word often. What word does often modify? It modifies ask. It tells us how frequently or when. So, what kind of word does that make often? Since it modifies a verb, it's adding information about a verb. Yes, of course, it's called an adverb. I hope you enjoyed that. So let's diagram that. We diagram the modifiers, be they determiners, be they adjectives, be they adverbs, underneath the verb that they modify on a diagonal line facing towards the right. I often asked him. Excellent. So I hope you enjoyed that. And yeah, that is the direct object. And we are learning so much. We're integrating so much. I'm very, very pleased with your progress so far. My advice is to keep going. Keep going. Watch the videos again and again and again. You can and you will master the grammar and sentence diagramming of sentences. Welcome to the next lesson. We've learned about, that's right, prepositions. What is a preposition? A preposition is anything that describes the relationship between a bird and a cloud, or a squirrel and a tree. Indirect objects are diagrammed the same way in which, that's right, in the same way in which prepositional phrases are diagrammed, an indirect object. Before we define indirect objects, let's do some revision. What is a direct object? A direct object receives the action of the verb. A direct object receives the action of a verb. So, what, in turn, does an indirect object receive? Question. Indirect objects receive the direct object. As simple as that. Indirect objects receive the direct object. Let's have a look. For example, I give Santa a mince pie. I give what? Answer, a mince pie. The direct object, therefore, is a mince pie. But who received the mince pie? Answer, Santa. That's right, Santa is fat because he receives a lot of mince pies. Again, what is given? The mince pie is given. Who gets the mince pie? Answer, Fat Santa, that's right. Another example, he threw me a frisbee. He threw what? Subject, verb, what? Answer, frisbee. That's right, frisbee is the direct object. It receives the action of throwing. Who received the frisbee, the direct object? Answer, me. Again, what was thrown? A frisbee. That's the direct object. Who received the frisbee? Me. Okay, identifying the indirect object. To identify the indirect object, we ask subject, verb, what, to whom, or for whom. They're diagrammed just like prepositional phrases are diagrammed. Let's have a look at some examples of sentences which feature direct objects and indirect objects, and let's see how we can diagram these. He gave it to them. Interesting. He gave what? He gave it. It is our direct object. To whom did he give it? Answer, to them. Them is our indirect object. Let's do this. Baseline, predicate line, dividing the subject from the preposition. Verb, give. He equals it? No, it's an action verb. He gave it. That makes this our direct object. This is our action verb. To whom did he give it? Answer, he gave it to them. To is a preposition. Prepositional phrases begin with prepositions and they end with what type of word? With nouns. To, them. Wow. That's how it's done. Let's take a look at another example. I did it for you. Just like the song. Who did it? I did it. I did what? I did it. It is our direct object. What phrase do we use to identify the indirect object? We ask the question, subject, verb, what, to whom, or for whom? I did it for you. You is our indirect object. Let's diagram this, starting with the baseline, predicate line. I did. Is it an equals verb? I equals it? No, it's an action verb. So we've got our subject, predicate, action verb, AV, and direct object. I did it to whom or for whom? Answer, for you. We diagram the indirect object under the verb. I did it for you. Starts with a preposition. For whom? For you. Direct object, so this is our indirect object. At a glance, we can see what's what. Let's do a final example. He threw me it. Oh. Okay, something's a little bit different here. Who threw? Answer, he threw. He is the subject. He threw. Threw is the verb. He threw what? He threw me? No. He threw it. It is our direct object. To whom? Answer, to me. The to doesn't appear, and sometimes there is no preposition before the indirect object. Let's see how we might diagram this. Let's start with our baseline, as always, baseline. Subject, verb, divider line or predicate line. He equals it? No, makes no sense. Therefore, through is an action verb, making it the direct object. Direct object, action verb, subject, predicate. He threw it. Let's draw a line as if there was a preposition. A line for the noun. He threw it for me, to me. Now, we can, if we like, put a little X in brackets to indicate that there should be a preposition there, or there could be a preposition there, but it's implied. So there you are, 3 examples. You should be able to identify the indirect object and be able to diagram it as well, even if there's no to or for written down. Well done. go on and do your exercises, and I'll see you in the next video. Okay, in this lesson, we're going to look at predicate adjectives. But first, let's revise as always. What is a noun? A noun is a person, place, thing, or idea. Person, place, thing, or idea. What is the name we give to words which modify nouns? Adjectives. Adjectives modify nouns. The angry man, the gloomy sky, the sad old lady. Adjectives modify nouns. Two types of verb, the equal verb. How do we identify an equals verb? We replace the verb with an equal sign. I am a banana. Replace with equals, I equals a banana. If we replace the verb with an equal sign and the meaning is retained, then that verb is an equals verb, or, as the rest of the world says, a linking verb. Great. What about the other type of verb? The other type of verb is an action verb. He is cooking breakfast. That's a sample sentence. Let's apply the equals test to see if it's a linking verb or an action verb. If it is an action verb, when we replace the verb with an equal sign, it will make no sense. It will change completely the meaning of the sentence. All right, so he equals breakfast. Have we changed the meaning? Yes. Is it an action verb, therefore? Yes. Great. So, predicate nominative. What was a predicate nominative again? How can we define it? Well, let's look at this example sentence. My brother is a lawyer. Who is a lawyer? Who is? My brother is. Subject is my brother. Great. Is lawyer. Lawyer is a noun. Only nouns and verbs can go on the baseline, and something else which we are yet to experience. Let's draw the baseline. Baseline. Let's draw the predicate line to divide the subject from the predicate. Great. Now, lawyer. This is a linking verb. The is a linking verb. Brother equals lawyer. It's not true, by the way. My brother is not a lawyer. Neither one of them are. Okay. Because this word follows a linking verb or an equals verb, it cannot be a direct object because only action verbs can be followed by direct objects. There is no action with a linking verb. So lawyer tells us something more about brother. So, therefore, it's diagrammed like so, with a diagonal line pointing back towards the word which it refers to. Brother is a lawyer. Modifiers. Which brother? Whose brother? Answer, my, possessive pronoun. My brother is lawyer. Oh, we have a word missing there that modifies lawyer. A, which is a determiner and an article. My brother is a lawyer. Full stop. Subject, brother, my brother. Predicate is a lawyer. What type of verb is? It's a linking verb. Conjugations of the verb to be are always linking verbs. If we're not sure, we replace it with an equal sign, and if it still makes sense, then it's a linking verb. We know it. Lawyer, what type of word is lawyer? It's a noun. A noun found in the predicate is a predicate nominative. That's all it is. A noun which follows an linking verb. It's a predicate nominative. Right. So, what then is a predicate adjective? Yes, that's it. It's an adjective which follows the linking verb. It's found the adjective that's found in the predicate. All right. Great job. And this is the third type of word which can be found on the baseline. Nouns can be found in the baseline. Verbs can be found in the baseline, but also adjectives. Let's have a look. She was so happy. She was so happy. So happy. She was so happy. Right, let's do this. Who, verb. Who was so happy? She was so happy. She is the subject. She what? She was so happy. Was so happy is the predicate. Fine. Let's diagram this up. She was happy. Baseline. Predicate line. Ah. Now, this word is what? It modifies the noun, she. So, therefore, it's an adjective. A word which modifies a noun is called an adjective. Great. Now, this adjective follows a linking verb, so we draw a diagonal line facing back towards the word it modifies to indicate that it's a predicate nominative, or in this case, a predicate adjective. Great job. She was happy. She was happy. Let's try it again. The students were ecstatic. Who were ecstatic? Who were? The students were. The students were what? The students were ecstatic. Subject, students. Predicates were ecstatic. Baseline. Predicate line. Ecstatic, another adjective which modifies the subject. Therefore, we must draw a diagonal line facing towards the word which it modifies. Students were ecstatic. Which students? Answer, the students. The is an article and a determiner which modifies students. Great job. Now, by the way, whatever follows this diagonal line is the subject complement, since it complements the subject, whether it be a predicate nominative, a noun which follows a linking verb, or a predicate adjective, an adjective which follows the linking verb. It is a SC. It is a subject complement. One more sentence. The sky was terribly gloomy. What verb? The sky was. The sky is our subject. The sky what? The sky was terribly gloomy. Was terribly gloomy is our predicate. Gloomy. What type of word is gloomy? It's an adjective. Alrighty. Good job. Sky was gloomy. Let's diagram this. Baseline. Predicate line. Now, gloomy is an adjective which follows a linking verb. What do we do? How do we diagram this? We draw a diagonal line facing towards the subject, drawn on the baseline, to indicate that it's a subject complement. Great. Which sky was gloomy? The sky. An article, the. A determiner, the. Now, how gloomy was the sky? Well, it was terribly gloomy. Terribly. I said earlier that we can identify adverbs because they often end in ly. Terribly. Adjectives, yes, they modify verbs, but they also modify. What type of word is gloomy? It's an adjective. It's a predicate adjective because it's an adjective that follows a linking verb. Great. Terribly. So we have an adverb, ADV, modifying an adjective. Great job. Great job. Let's press on. You're doing extremely well. We're going to continue looking at modifiers, but we're going to introduce a different kind of modifier, which does a different thing. But first, let's revise what we already know. Sentence. How do we define a sentence? What is a sentence? A sentence is a CT. A sentence is a complete thought. We can feel when a sentence is not a sentence. We know it in our bones. Great. Sentence is a complete thought. What are the two necessary parts of any sentence? You already know this, don't you? S and P, the two sides of the predicate line. The subject and the predicate. What do we call a sentence that is not a sentence? It's a sentence fragment. We can feel when something isn't right. It's incomplete. It's begging us. It's shouting at the top of its voice that there's something wrong. And that something wrong is called a sentence fragment. There's something missing. Now, how do we identify the two parts of the sentence, the subject and the predicate? How do we identify the subject? What question do we ask? We ask who or what followed by the verb. Who growled? Who likes? What likes? The answer is the subject. How do we identify the predicate? We ask the question, subject, What? The dog, what? The dog barked. The dog growled. The answer to the question, subject, what is the predicate? Great stuff. Now, from the previous lesson and the one before that, can we identify what a noun is? It's important to know it's not just an academic exercise. Definitions are really going to help us. What's a good definition of a noun? A noun is a person, place, thing, or idea. The thing can be real, a big boat, or it can be unreal but still a thing. The Iron Giant. The Iron Giant was a thing written about in a book, but he has never existed. Even unreal things can be nouns, and ideas as well. Ideas such as rage. You can't touch a rage. You can't say, give me 2 rages with my pumpkin spice latte. But nevertheless, they're nouns. Okay, let's move on. What do we call words which modify nouns? Words which modify nouns are called, begins with A. Adjectives. Adjectives. Adjectives modify nouns. Great. And only nouns. But, question is, what is the name of the kind of word which modifies verbs? A word which modifies a verb is called an adverb. It adds some information about the verb. As simple as that. An adverb adds some information about the verb. Okay, what are the 2 types of verbs? The 2 types of verbs are equals verbs, which can be replaced with an equal sign without changing the meaning of the sentence, and action verbs. Action verbs are identified by replacing them with an equal sign, and if it completely changes the meaning completely, then it's an action verb. All right. What is the name of the words which modify verbs? Words which modify verbs are called adverbs. Adverbs add some information about verbs. Great. Now we're going to look at examples of adverbs and how we might go about modifying them. So let's look at a sample sentence. Okay, here's our sentence. The old fox jumped madly. We're going to start diagramming the underlined portion. So, who followed by the verb? Who jumped? The fox jumped. Fox is our subject. Dum, dum, dum. Fox what? Fox jumped. Subject what? Subject jumped. Jumped is our predicate. Let's diagram that out. What is the horizontal line that we draw? It's called the baseline. All right. This is the baseline, B-A-S-E line. What's the name of the line which divides subject from predicates? The answer is the predicate line. Great. Okay, now where are modifiers diagrammed? Modifiers are diagrammed beneath the word that they modify on a diagonal line going to the right-hand side. Which fox? The fox. The modifiers are diagrammed in the order in which they appear. What kind of fox? The old fox. Diagonal line in the order underneath the baseline, underneath the word that they modify. Now, the topic of this sentence, the topic of this exercise is adverbs. Often adverbs end with ly. Madly, crazily, happily. Okay. That's a good way to identify adverbs, but we can also ask ourselves, what word does madly modify? And we just know that it's jumped. Where then should we diagram the word madly? Underneath the word that it modifies, on a diagonal line pointing to the right, in the order in which it appeared. Fox jumped. How did the fox jump? The fox jumped madly. And there we are. What is an adverb? An adverb is a word which, amongst other things, modifies verbs. It adds something to the verb. Where are modifiers diagrammed? They're diagrammed underneath the baseline, underneath the word which they modify, in the order in which they appear, on a diagonal line pointing to the right-hand side. And that is it. And we're going to try another sentence just to drive that home. Okay, here we have a sentence. Teacher shouted happily. We're only going to diagram the part that's underlined initially. Great. Who shouted? Who or what verb? Who shouted? Teacher. Teacher is our subject. Teacher what? Teacher shouted. Shouted is our predicate. Great. Let's leave a little bit more space. Good. All right. We need to draw two lines initially. What are those lines called? The first one is called baseline. B-A-S-E line. Whoops. All right. That's our baseline. And what's the name of the line which intersects the baseline at right angles? Answer, it's the predicate line. On the left-hand side, we find the subject. On the right-hand side, we find the predicate. Very good. Now, where are modifiers diagrammed? They're diagrammed underneath the word that they're modified, underneath the baseline, on a diagonal line facing towards the right, in the order in which they appear. Which teacher? The teacher. The is a determiner, just like a or an. Shouted. Now, how can we identify adverbs? Adverbs modify verbs, but they are also readily identifiable by the fact that many of them end with ly. Happily. We also know that happily modifies shouted. Now, I don't know if I've shouted happily before, but I might have done, so we're going to give this a pass. So they're diagrammed on a diagonally facing line, moving to the right, underneath the word which they modify, in the order in which they appear. Shouted. How did the teacher shout? In what manner did he shout? He shouted happily. There we go. That's our diagram. Modifiers are diagrammed, whether they be adjectives or adverbs or determiners. They're diagrammed underneath the word which they modify on a diagonal line facing towards the right, in the order in which they appear, keeping the punctuation. Hope that you find it helpful. Keep on going. You can master what you previously thought undoable. So well done. Keep going. Okay, welcome back to the next lesson. Congratulations. Keep on going. This is worth it. You're going to be able to impress your friends and amaze your family and dazzle members of the opposite sex by being able to diagram sentences, and you're going to be able to have a better grip on your language. In this lesson, I'm going to introduce modifiers. All right, modifiers modify stuff. Modifiers modify nouns. Modifiers modify verbs, etc., etc., etc. Great. But before we do that, as usual, we want to do a little bit of revision. What is a sentence? Can you give me a definition of a sentence? A sentence is a CT, a complete thought. A sentence is a complete thought. We know, we can feel in our souls if a thought is incomplete, if a sentence is not a sentence. Great. But what are the two parts of a sentence? If a sentence is missing either one of these parts of a sentence, it is nothing. It is a sentence fragment. What are the two parts? S and P. Subject and predicates. Those are the essential parts of any sentence. If not, it is a mere sentence fragment. What are the questions we ask to identify a subject? This is really important. This is going to be a sword in your hand to cut the otherwise Gordian knot of grammar, sentence grammar. The question is to identify the subject is who or what, followed by the verb. The dog growls. Who or what growls? The dog. The subject is the dog. How do we identify the predicate? We ask the question. Subject, what? The dog, what? The dog growls. What is the predicate? The predicate is growls. What must a predicate always contain? A predicate must always contain, yes, a predicate must always contain a verb. Always, always, always. What are the two types of verbs? Good verbs and bad verbs. Decepticon verbs and Autobot verbs, or the other way around. No, the two types of verbs are Yes, equals verbs, or linking verbs as everybody else in the world calls them, or Stallone verbs, action verbs. How do we tell if an equals verb is an equals verb? Well, if it's the verb to be, it's an equals verb, or the test is replace the verb with an equal sign and see if it fundamentally changes the sentence. How do we know for certain that an action verb is an action verb? Well, if it's kind of actiony, then it's an action verb, but otherwise we replace the verb with an equal sign, and if it totally changes and messes up the meaning of the sentence, it is, in fact, an action verb. All right, let's move on. Here we have a glorious sentence, and we're going to gloriously diagram it. Awesome. The old fox jumped. This is quite a sentence, I think you'll agree. First thing, subject. What's the subject? Who or what verbed? Who or what jumped? The answer is the old fox jumped. The subject is the old fox. Now, we're only going to diagram for the fox jumped, the underlined part. So I'm going to write fox here. Fox, subject, space, 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 just to give me some room. One less space. Subject what to identify the predicate. Subject what? Subject jumped. The old fox jumped. Jumped is the predicate. A predicate must always contain a verb. Correct. Jumped. Fox jumped. By the way, what are two of the three types of words that are allowed on the baseline? Can you remember? Nouns and verbs. Great. Let's draw the baseline. Great. This is our baseline. B-A-S-E. Not like ace of base. No, base. B-A-S-E. Great. What's this other line called that intersects at right angles? The baseline? Almost right angles. It's the predicate line. This is the subject. This is the predicate. Awesome. Great. All right. This leaves us two extra leftover words. Right. The topic of this lesson was, do you remember, modifiers? These words modify something. Well, first of all, the old fox. What words does the and old do the and old modify? Modifies fox. Okay. Now, a modifier is diagrammed beneath the baseline on a diagonal line. Great. Let's have a look at this. I'm going to draw our first one here, being very careful. Awesome. Good. Which fox? The answer is the fox. The is a determiner. It's also an article. That's beautiful handwriting. I think you'll agree. So our modifiers are drawn on a line like that, a diagonal line facing towards the right, below the baseline and below the word which they modify. And we also write them in the order they appear in the sentence. So first the, and another modifier would be, let's have a look. What kind of fox? What kind of fox? Answer, the old fox. Perfect. That's it, folks. There we have a turbocharged sentence diagram. We're really making progress. Okay, we're looking at modifiers. Modifiers are diagrammed where? They're diagrammed underneath the baseline, underneath the word that they modify, in the order in which they're presented, in which they appear in the sentence. Now, we can tell by looking at this a lot of things. We can tell, for instance, on this side we have the subject. Great, always the subject. On this side we have on the right side we have the predicate. Always the predicate there. Great. Now we know that only nouns and verbs are allowed on the baseline. These underneath can't be nouns or verbs. What are they? Well, they're modifiers. The is a determiner. Let's not worry too much about what a determiner is. Another determiner might be a or an, etc. Right, old. Well, old is a more general and a more useful type of word. It is it's an adjective. Old is an adjective. Old is an adjective. The question is, what is an adjective? An adjective modifies a noun. An adjective modifies a noun, that's correct. Okay, great. We've learned a lot. We're going to try to put that in practice again. Great. The sentence is, the angry teacher shouted. This has happened to me. I will admit it. And I think the last time it happened was sometime in Mexico, but the classic case was me shouting and roaring at kindergarten children in Korea. All right, I apologize for that. That was totally unprofessional, totally uncalled for. All right, mea culpa. Great. The sentence is, the angry teacher shouted. Let's split this into subject and predicate. We're only going to diagram these two words. Teacher shouted. Great. Subject. How do we find the subject? We ask who or what, followed by the verb. The verb is shouted. Who shouted? Teacher shouted. Great. Teacher is our subject. The predicate answers the question, who or what. The predicate answers the question, subject what? Subject, teacher. Shouted. Shouted is our predicate. Shouted is our predicate. Right. We're ready to draw the lines. We're ready to go. Super. What's this line called? It's the baseline. What is the name of the line which separates the subject from the predicate? Being drawn intersecting the baseline at right angles. It's called the predicate line. Great. What is this? What is the teacher? The teacher is the subject. In terms of the sentence, subject. In terms of the sentence, what is shouted? Shouted is the predicate. Great. Subject, predicate, predicate line, baseline. We're doing very well. All right. Now, we have two words left over, the and angry. We've already learnt from the previous lesson that the is a determiner. Words like the and, etc. are determiners. But they're both modifiers. Where do we draw the modifiers? Below the word which they modify, drawn on a diagonal line facing towards the right. So let's do that in the order in which they appear. The, which teacher? The teacher. Brilliant. Now, what kind of teacher? The angry teacher. And sometimes teachers do get angry. At least I can edit out any angry moments here. All right, so here we go. The angry teacher shouted. Immediately we can see where the subject is, where the predicate is, where the modifiers are. We can easily identify an adjective, for instance. Now, what is the definition of an adjective? What is the definition of an adjective? An adjective modifies a noun. Adjectives modify nouns. Another question. Yes, I want to know, what is a noun? Can you give me a definition of a noun? Noun. Can you give me a definition? A good definition of a noun is a person, place, thing, or idea. Can you think of a person? Lady Gaga. Oh. A place. Bristol. A thing. A cup. An idea. Jealousy. A noun is a person, place, thing, or idea. What is the name of words which modify nouns? Adjectives. Adjectives modify nouns. They modify nothing else. So, hope you're enjoying that. Keep on going. We're going to really master this whole business of the grammar of a sentence and sentence diagramming. So join me in the next video. All right. This is, well, by the way, welcome back. Great to have you. I'm pumped. I hope you're pumped too. This course is going to give you all you need to really get to grips with a sentence and to get to grips with sentence diagramming. Sentence diagramming has really helped me see what's what and discern what's what in a way that studying a grammar book can't. There are grammar books out there that sell for much more than this course sells for. All right. Maybe you came here with a free coupon. That's all right. It's good to have you here. But I think seeing it visually presented to you in a diagram, in a video, helps you much more. Maybe not. Maybe you don't think so. That's fine. All right. So we're going to skip into sentence diagramming for real, and hopefully this will really float your boat. So sentence diagramming for real. You have the two elements that are needed to start sentence diagramming. Question time. What are the two parts that a sentence must have to be a sentence? What are they? Subject and predicate. So let's do this. Subject. So we're going to see how to represent the subject on one hand and the predicate on the other. All right, we're going to need to draw two lines. But before we do that, let's just write a sentence out. Okay, the dog growls. Oops, grows. No, not grows, growls. The dog grows. Perfect. We're only going to diagram the underlined portion. We're going to find out what to do with that fella later on. Dog growls. Okay, let's do what we've always done. We could do this in our sleep now. We're only like half an hour into the course, and we can already do this, no problem. Subject. How do we identify the subject? We ask who or what plus the verb. Who or what growls? Dog growls. So let's write out dog. Space, 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 space. Dog is our subject. Perfect. How do we identify the predicate? You already know what the predicate is. It's easy. It's the only word that's left. It's growls. But how do you know that? The predicate answers the question. Subject, what? Dog, what? Dog. You know it. Dog growls. Perfect. Now, the magic is about to happen. I'm sure you're glad to hear. We're going to need to draw two lines. Super. Let's draw it in black. The first line is called the baseline. Let's attempt to draw this. Hopefully this will work. Okay. Whoa, bit shaky there. This is our baseline. B-A-S-E. Whoa, that looks good. Baseline. The baseline is horizontal. Perfect. All right. Now, just a note here. Only 3 types of words can go on the baseline. The first is called a noun. We're going to look at what a noun is. And the second of 3 is a verb. A noun and a verb. Other types of words can't ever go on the baseline. The baseline is for special words only. Fine. Okay, so we have one side here. What is a dog? Grammatically speaking, it's the subject. The subject. What is growls in terms of the sentence? Growls is the predicate. Awesome. Subject dog, predicate growls. Now, you've probably seen a sentence diagram before, and you might even already know what this is. So we're going to just draw it. The second line is a horizontal line which intersects the baseline. And guess what? It's called the predicate line. Some people call it the subject-verb divider line, which is fine, but it's easier to say predicate line. Great, that's it. That is our first sentence diagram. Perfect. Brilliant. Okay, okay, let's look at another sentence. This is the shortest verse in the Bible. You maybe already know what this is. Jesus wept. 2 words long, so this shouldn't be too hard, but let's go through the exercise anyway. Subject. The subject answers the question, who or what verb? The subject, therefore, is, yes, Jesus. Space, space, space. The predicate answers the question, subject, what? Subject, what? Subject, wept. All right. We need 2 lines. What are the 2 lines? The first line is a horizontal line. Yes, but the first line is an horizontal line. But what's it called? What's this line called? It's called the baseline, B-A-S-E, not as an ace of base. The baseline, B-A-S-E. The second line intersects the baseline at right angles. What's it called? It's called the predicate line or the subject divider line. Great. Predicate line, baseline. Perfect. Now, what is this part of the sentence called? The left-hand side. It's called the subject. What, according to the grammar of the sentence, is the second part to the right of the predicate line called? You know it. It's the predicate, subject and predicate. Now, I told you before that there are 3 types of words that are allowed on the baseline. What are those 3? What are 2 of those 3 types of words? I'll give you a clue. Yeah. N for noun, V for verb. All right. Do you have a definition for a noun? A noun is a person, place, thing, or idea. Person, Jim, my mother, Billy Sue. Person, a place, Timbuktu, Ouagadougou, Addis Ababa, the Golden Gate Bridge. Place, a thing. Now, a thing can be real or imperceptible, unreal, and imaginary. For example, a thing might be a boat, but it also might be the spaceship, the Millennium Falcon. Not the model, but the real Millennium Falcon, which isn't in fact real. Or an idea. Love. You can't touch love. But love is nevertheless a thing, a noun, an idea. All right, so what is a noun? A noun is a person, place, thing, or idea. Verb. A verb like wept. How might we classify verbs? There are 2 types of verbs according to my world. The 2 types of verbs are... Okay, what are the 2 types of verb? First is the equals verb or the linking verb. How do we know if an equals verb is an equals verb? If we replace the verb with an equal sign and it really doesn't change the meaning too much. A linking verb and an action verb. An action verb may be perceptible. You may be able to see it or smell it or hear it, but not always. So how do we know if an action verb is an action verb? We replace it with an equal sign, and if it fundamentally and categorically changes the meaning, then we know it is in fact an action verb, not the other type of verb. What's the other type of verb? Yes, it's an equals verb or linking verb. Great. There we have it. Okay, well done. You've sentence diagrammed. Oh, quiz. What do you call the horizontal line in sentence diagramming? What is it called? What is the horizontal line in sentence diagramming called? It's the baseline, B-A-S-E line. What's the second line called? The line that intersects the baseline at right angles. It is called the predicate line. All right, and it separates the on one hand from the on the other. Starts with the subject, ends with the predicate. Gotcha. All right, great. I'm going to see you on the other side in the next lesson. Hope you're enjoying this. Go sentence diagramming, go grammar. Oh yeah. Okay, so welcome to the next lesson. Great to have you here. Keep on going with this. I guarantee you, with actually, not a guarantee, but I can almost guarantee you that if you continue with this course, and you might have to watch it twice, 5 times, 10 times, whatever, if you continue with this course, you will be so much further ahead with your grammar that you won't be able to recognize yourself. And once you've learnt it, it's like riding a bike. You will never forget how to. So please keep on going. You can do this. You don't have to suffer the opprobrium, the slings and arrows of outrageous foreigners telling you that, accusing you of being ignorant. Let's fight. Let's do this. Let's master the sentence. So buckle up. Now, let's do a bit of revision first. What is a sentence? A sentence is a complete thought. Instinctively, we know what a sentence is and isn't. We just feel it. But what are the 2 things that we need to find in the sentence to make it a sentence? The 2 things are? The 2 things are a subject and a predicate. Next question, you've already guessed it. What is a subject? How do we know a subject is a subject? We ask, the subject answers the question, who or what, followed by the verb. The subject answers who or what, followed by the verb. It works every time. Just apply this. No matter how complicated the sentence is, how long it is, this is how we find what the subject is. It works 100% of the time, I think. For me, anyway. Good. Predicates. How do we know a predicate is a predicate? How do we identify the predicate? The predicate answers a question. What is the question? The predicate answers the question. The predicate answers the question, subject, what? Great. Let's have a look at a sentence. The sentence is, butter is good for you. Let's identify the subject. How do we identify the subject? Who or what plus verb. What's the verb? Is. Who or what is? Butter is. What is the subject? Butter. Let's identify the predicate. The predicate, how do we identify the predicate? Subject what? We ask the question, subject what? The subject is butter. Butter what? Butter is good for you. Excellent. We have done it. No problem. You've come a long way. Congratulations. You're among the 1% that is able to identify a predicate. By the way, a predicate must have one thing. What is the one thing that a predicate must have always? A predicate must always have a verb. All right. Now, let's move into the two types of possible verbs in the sentence. In the previous episode, stroke video, we looked at what I called, we looked at equals verbs. How do you tell an equals verb is an equals verb? We replace the verb with an equal sign and see if it works out for us. Now let's try that with this sentence. Butter is good for you. We kind of already know that it's a linking verb because it's a conjugation of the verb be. Butter is, butter will be, butter may be. Okay, it's a conjugation of the verb be. But let's apply the equals test. Butter, good for you. Great. Butter, good for you. Excellent. All right, that's an equals verb. Let's have a look and replace it with another verb. Butter seems good for you. Now, it isn't the verb to be, so we don't know for certain if it's an equals verb or not. We're not sure. We're scratching. If we have beards, we're scratching our beards or stroking them. If we don't have beards, I'm sorry. But let's apply the test. Let's replace the verb seems with an equal sign and see if that changes things. Butter equals good for you. Well, it's a little bit different, but it hasn't, in essence, changed the meaning. So yes, seems is another linking verb or equals verb. So the equals verb test to identify a linking verb works every time. Just try to replace the verb with an equal sign, and if that works, great. Okay, we're going to look at a second type of verb, and it's what I call an action verb. Okay, two types of verbs. The equals verb, the verb is, and verbs of the senses, visceral verbs, verbs of perception, verbs that can be replaced with an equal sign without changing the meaning of a sentence, and the action verb. Well, action verb is simply a verb in which somebody does something. Let's have a look at an example. Okay, in this verb, the sentence says, the dog growls. The dog growls. Now, we know what that sounds like. We know what it looks like. A fierce dog making a nasty face. So the action, the growl, which is an action verb, growling is visible and it's audible, and we can probably sense it as well using our spider sense if we are spider people. All right, the dog growls. But action verbs aren't always visible or sensible in the sense of being able to sense it. Right, let's have a look at another sentence. I like butter. Now, you can't really perceive if somebody likes butter. Well, if they buy butter all the time, if they talk about butter, if you go through their accounts and you find that they spend, £100 £6 a week on butter, then you probably know that they like butter. But just looking at someone, you're not able to perceive it. And yet it is an action verb. Let's check. Let's do the equals verb test. Let's do the equals verb test, apply it to an action verb to see if it is an action verb. We replace the verb with an equal sign, and if it doesn't change the meaning, then it means it's a linking verb. Let's have a look. I equals butter. Well, actually, that has changed the meaning quite a bit. I like butter. Oh, no, that's not right. I like butter. I equals butter. No. All right, so we know it's an action verb by using the equals verb test. There is some will involved, okay, in that. So I like butter, it's still an action verb. Anyway, great. There's two types of verbs. The first type, according to me, is an equals verb, or what's called a linking verb in the rest of the world. The second is an action verb. All right. The dog growls. Growling is visible. Growling is audible. But sometimes action verbs aren't visible or audible or in any way sensible to the outside world, but it is sensible to ourselves, which is something. Now, if we're not sure, how do we tell if an action verb is in fact an action verb? We apply the equals verb test. Boom! It changes the meaning completely. It's not an equals verb. It's not a linking verb. It's an action verb. Great. Let's apply what we've learned already and split these sentences into subject and what's the second part of a sentence? Subject and, you should know this. I can't hear you. Predicate. Subject and predicate. Okay. How do we identify the predicate? We ask the question, who or what, followed by the verb. The verb is growls. Who or what growls? The answer is the dog growls. Great. The subject is the dog. Fantastic. How do we identify the predicate? We ask the question, subject, what? The dog, what? The dog growls. The predicate is one word long. A predicate can just be one tiny little word long, or it can be however long you might want to stretch a predicate out for the sake of dramatic effect. But the dog growls. Growls is the predicate. Let's try it with this sentence. I like butter. How do we test whether a subject is a subject? The answer is we ask the question, who or what, plus verb. The verb is like. Who or what like? Answer, I like. The subject is I. Great. Predicate. How do we identify a predicate? We ask the question, subject, what? Subject is I. I what? I, boom, like butter. The predicate is like butter. We have got this. Are you enjoying this course? I hope you're enjoying this course. I'm enjoying it. Okay. I hope you can sense that. It's exciting. Let's revise what we've learnt in this class. Two types of verbs. According to me, it's the equals verb. An equals verb is also known as a linking verb. How do we tell if an equals verb is an equals verb? We replace the verb with an equal sign, and if it doesn't really change the meaning, then that's fine. It's an equals verb. What's the second type of verb? It's called an action verb. How do we tell if an action verb is an action verb? Boom. If we replace the action verb with an equal sign, and if it fundamentally changes the meaning, then it is an action verb. Action verbs are sometimes perceptible, sometimes sensible, spidey sense, but not always. So we use the equals verb test. All right, I hope you enjoyed that. Let's see you in the next episode, stroke video. Let's begin by revising the first lesson. In the first lesson, we asked the question, what is a sentence? Can you remember what a sentence is? A sentence is a complete thought. Now we know what a complete thought is instinctually. We just feel it. But how formally do we know it? What are the two essential parts of any sentence? The two essential parts are The two essential parts of any sentence are the subject and the predicate. Now, this is important to repeat. Repeat, 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 repeat until it goes in. Excellent. We're going to look at definitions. How do we know a subject is a subject? How do we know a subject is a subject? We know a subject is a subject because it answers the question who or what followed by the verb. We know a subject is a subject because it answers the question who or what followed by the verb. Let's take an example. The example is, I like watches. Great. To identify the subject, we ask the question who or what plus verb. What's the verb? Well, we can identify that straight off. Like. Who or what like? The answer is I like. The subject, therefore, is I. Two parts of a sentence, the subject and the predicate, both are necessary. Question, if we don't have either subject or predicate, the sentence that is not a sentence is called a sentence fragment. Okay, now, question is, how do we identify the predicate? We can identify the predicate by asking subject, I, what? I what? I, in the sentence, like watches. The predicate is like watches. Great. Subject, I, predicate, like watches. Great. Now, again, the predicate must include one thing. It must include a verb. Every predicate has a verb in it. Okay, we're going to switch it up and we're going to look at one of the two possible types of sentences or types of verbs in a sentence. According to me, I find this useful. There are two types of sentences. The first type is what's called an equals verb sentence or a linking verb sentence. For me, an equals verb is a verb that can be replaced with an equal sign without changing the meaning of the sentence essentially. Let's take an example. Here's an example of a linking verb or equals verb sentence. Butter is my favorite food. Now, the most common verb in linking verb or equals verb sentences is some form of the verb to be. Was, were, is, am, are, will be, etc. Butter is my favorite food. Now, let's try the equals verb test. Let's replace the verb with the equal sign. Butter equals my favorite food. Have we changed the meaning of the sentence? The answer is, what do you think? I think no. So, butter is my favorite food. That is an example of an equals verb sentence or a linking verb sentence. And the most popular verb, and it's always a linking verb, is the verb is or the verb to be. In the past, present, whatever tense you choose. Great. Butter is my favorite food. Now, we're not going to start sentence diagramming in this lesson. We will start sentence diagramming soon, but it's important to practice splitting the sentence into its essential parts. What are the two parts of a sentence? The subject and the predicate. Let's take this sentence and do that. Subject. Subject. How do we identify the subject? We ask the question who or what followed by the verb. Who or what is? What's the answer? What do you think? Butter. Butter. So the subject is butter. Subject is butter. Great. How do we identify the predicate? Can you remember without scrolling back or looking at your notes? How do you identify the predicate? We ask subject what in the form of a question. We ask subject what. So what's the subject? Butter. We ask butter what? Butter what? Butter is my favorite food. What's our predicate then? Predicate is my favorite food. Great. Subject, butter. Butter what? Subject is butter. The predicate is my favorite food. The predicate, if you remember, must always contain one essential thing. The predicate must always contain a verb. The verb is. Great. Let's have a look at another equals verb sentence. Equals verb sentence. Great. Here we go. My brother is smart. It's another equals verb sentence. How do we know? Well, it's from the verb to be, but let's apply the equals verb or linking verb test. Let's try to replace that verb with an equal sign and see if it essentially changes the meaning. Let's try that. My brother equals smart. Have I changed the meaning? I think not. My brother equals smart. Great. It's an equals verb sentence. Now, let's go on and find the subject. How do we find the subject? We find the subject by asking who or what plus the verb. Who or what is? The answer is my brother. So, subject equals brother. How do we find the predicate? We ask subject what? Subject what? Subject my brother what? My brother is smart. The predicate is. The predicate is smart. The predicate must always contain one thing. What one thing must the predicate always contain? A verb. The verb is awesome. Great. Let's try one more of these sentences for a little bit of practice. Great. Now, by the way, if you're from the North American continent, then you might be distressed at how I spell favourites. It's just the British way. Don't panic. It's okay. Don't write to me and tell me that I've spelled it wrong. It's okay. Don't panic. So the sentence is, butter is my favourite food. Let's split it in two. Subject. Subject answers the question, who or what, followed by the verb. Who or what is. The answer is butter is. Let's write that out. Subject is butter. How do we find the predicate? We ask subject what? Butter what? Butter is my favorite food. Predicate is my favorite food. Excellent. Now, once again, how do we tell if it's an equals verb, as I call it, or a linking verb, as the rest of the world calls it? We try the test of replacing the verb with an equal sign and seeing if it has changed the meaning. Butter equals my favorite food. Have we changed the essential meaning? I would say no. Great. So it's an equals verb. Excellent. Let's revise. What is my definition of a sentence? A sentence is a complete thought. We instinctively know if a sentence is not a sentence. What do we call a sentence that isn't a sentence? We call it it's called a sentence fragment. Now, what are the two things that we grammatically need in order for a sentence to be a sentence? The answer is a subject and a predicate. Great. How do we tell if a subject is a subject? This is really important. This is the backbone of your sentence diagram. This is the backbone of your grammar. The subject answers the question who or what, followed by the verb. Who or what plus verb is the subject. How do we find the predicate? The predicate answers the question. What question does the predicate answer? The predicate answers the question, subject what. Last thing, two types of sentence. The first type is what I call, there are two types of sentences. The first is, according to me, an equals verb. According to everybody else in the world, it's a linking verb. Now, how do we tell that an equals verb is an equals verb? We replace the verb with an equal sign and see if it fundamentally changed the meaning. Great. In the next lesson, we're going to look at the second type of verb, and we're going to find out what that second type of verb is really soon. See you on the other side. Thank you. thank you for taking the opportunity to have a look at my course. And thank you even more if you've just bought it. Really, I do appreciate it. I do work hard, but I realize it's hard work for you too. And I'm just trying to make it easier. So 100% thank you. All right, now, question, if you haven't bought this course already, is this course for you? I don't know, but if you're frustrated with grammar, are you frustrated with grammar? Are you frustrated with people who don't speak English as their first language, having a greater grasp of your language's grammar than you do? I find it frustrating. I found it frustrating. This course will definitely help you. This course will go to the heart of things because the heart of grammar is the sentence. And we're going to be focusing on not just diagramming, but grammar. We're representing how the grammar looks in a visual, graphical form, and you're seeing it develop. You get to see the grammar as it's being done, being explained, as it unfolds. You can see visually one thing in relation to another thing in relation to another thing. So not only at the end of the course will you be able to diagram a sentence with a good degree of confidence, but also you will be able to tell a subject complement from an adjective, from an adverb, from the subject, predicate, you name it. Okay, you get to see the grammar. If you're a visual learner, that's going to help you an awful lot. All right, so I go step by step. I don't just give you the problem and then you see the solution. You don't have to wade through complex, lengthy explanations which rely on a prior knowledge of grammatical terms. No, as I do things, I'm explaining it. So if I say such a subject, I will indicate where that subject is. Likewise with the predicate and the other bits and pieces. So if you are more of a visual learner, if you don't have a background in grammar, then this course is probably for you. You shape the course. Please don't just give me a 0 rating or a 1-star rating. No, tell me, this course needs object complements. This course needs something else. Tell me what it needs, and I will do my best to provide it. If a certain thing isn't covered in enough detail, if I cover too much in one lesson, you can say, Nathan, dig. You need to do it this way. So you have an opportunity to shape this course, and I'll do my best to respond to it. All right. Content. What are you going to cover? This will probably have increased in its scope since then, but subject and predicate. That in itself is worth the price of admission. I think, right? The difference between linking verbs and action verbs, do you know it already? Well, you will do after this course. Recognizing and diagramming adjectives and adverbs. You'll be able to see that happening, and you'll be able to do that with ease. Identify and diagram predicate nominatives. Ooh, now we're getting into something pretty interesting. Identify and diagram predicate adjectives. Ooh, very interesting indeed. Tell me more, says you. Diagram direct and indirect objects. Do you know what they are? Well, it's a lot easier to find out what they are by watching me describe it in the course. Next, diagram prepositional phrases. What on earth is a prepositional phrase? You will find out and you'll be able to see it, and then you'll be able to picture it in your mind. Wonderful. Diagram verbals. What's a verbal? Not a gerbil. Gerunds, infinitives, and participles. Present participles and present participles and past participles. What else? You'll be able to understand, recognize, and diagram non-essential parts of the sentence. Appositives, nouns of address, and interjections. Do you know what they are at the present? Well, don't worry, I didn't either. You know, I learned this stuff and I want to pass that on to you. And remember, all of this is going to help your writing a great deal. It'll help you to be clearer in how you write. Diagramming interrogatives. What's an interrogative sentence? You're going to find out. Diagramming imperatives. Tricky imperatives with their implied subjects. You will find out what they are and how to diagram them. How to diagram non-simple sentences. Sentences with more than one clause. All right. How to deal with noun clauses. How to deal with compound sentences with 2 independent clauses. How to deal with complex sentence with a mixture of independent and dependent clauses. How to diagram compound complex sentences that are really long and complex and involved. And all of this will help you gain confidence. This will give you a great deal of confidence in understanding your own language. No longer will French people or German people kick grammatical sand in your non-grammatical face. No. We will turn things on their head. But your writing, as I say, will improve. Your ability to read, for example, complex scientific books, your ability to read and understand longer sentences will increase. So what are you waiting for? You can learn a lot in a short time. That's the advantage. I'm selling you time here. So if you don't like wasting time, and if you do want to learn grammar, particularly the grammar of a sentence, if you do want to learn sentence diagramming, this is the course for you. And if you don't like the course, you can help me change it and make it even better. And remember, there's a money-back guarantee, so why not? Go for it. Okay, I'll see you on the other side.